Chapter 893. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day. Creak! Yi Fan, who was dressed in a black robe, opened the door and slowly walked into the courtyard. The morning of the Xiang temple was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. It was quiet and peaceful like a fairyland. Rustle, rustle. A young Taoist priest wearing a pair of cloud shoes, leg bindings, and a dark blue Taoist robe was gently sweeping the bluestone path with a broom. "Good morning, Mr. Yi." After seeing Yi Fan, the young Taoist priest greeted Yi Fan respectfully. The Taoist priests of the Xiang temple were already familiar with Yi Fan. It wasn't because Yi Fan came here often, but because of the demon slaying conference. After the demon slaying conference, Yi Fan's fame had spread far and wide, let alone the Xiang temple. Qing Qinzi and Yi Fan's father, Yi Kong, were close friends. The Taoist boy and Yi Fan were also close friends. Because of this, the Taoist priests were naturally very respectful to Yi Fan. "Good morning, Taoist priest." Yi Fan replied politely. The Taoist priest nodded and continued sweeping. Yi Fan walked on the bluestone path and slowly walked toward Akatsuki's room. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, Yi Fan arrived at Akatsuki's room and knocked on the door. However, no one opened the door for him. Hongji, Hongji, Yi Fan asked. There was no movement in the room. "She's not here." Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned. Where did she go so early in the morning? Could something have happened to him? Yi Fan thought to himself. Impossible. Yi Fan quickly rejected this idea. This was the Xiang temple, the leading Taoist sect in the world. Even Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't dare to invade this place. It was extremely safe. Akatsuki was not in the room. She must have gone out by herself. Thinking of this, Yi Fan mobilized his five senses and carefully searched for Akatsuki's aura. After searching for a while, Yi Fan found Akatsuki's location. Akatsuki was not anywhere else. She was in the Three Pristines Hall. What was she doing there so early in the morning? Yi Fan thought to himself as he turned around and walked towards the Three Pristines Palace. However, after a moment, he suddenly stood still. With his excellent hearing, he could hear Akatsuki praying in a low voice. "Honorable Three Pristine Grandmasters, Disciple Akatsuki sincerely requests the three Grandmasters to protect Yi Fan so that he can quickly find the 9 cauldrons and comprehend the secret technique so that he can reunite with his wife soon. He is a good person and should not have to suffer such hardships. If possible, this disciple is willing to use his life as the price to help him achieve his wish." In the Three Pristines Palace, Akatsuki knelt in front of the 3 pristine grandmasters' holy statues surrounded by green smoke. She sincerely prayed and muttered to herself. As she spoke, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the 3 pristine grandmasters' holy statues. The moment she raised her head, 2 drops of hot tears burst out from her eyes. She wiped her tears with her sleeves, then stood up from the futon and turned to leave the 3 pristine palace. Akatsuki's prayer in a low voice melted Yi Fan's heart in an instant. He was stunned on the spot. He painfully closed his eyes, and tears fell silently. Akatsuki's love for him was true and pure. "Silly girl," Yi Fan muttered to himself. He opened his eyes, wiped away his tears, and walked towards Akatsuki, who was returning the way she came. Soon, the two met on the Bluestone Road. "It's so early in the morning. Why aren't you resting in your room?" Yi Fan pretended not to know and asked Akatsuki, "I just want to look for you, but you weren't in your room. I just went to the 3 Pristine Palace." Akatsuki smiled and said to Yi Fan, "Went to the 3 Pristine Palace? Don't tell me you want to be a Taoist priest here?" Yi Fan joked with Akatsuki. "Be a Taoist priest? I haven't reached that level yet." Akatsuki smiled and said, "Since this Xiang temple is the leading Taoist sect, the statues they worship must be very effective. I heard that in Taoism, the 3 pristine grandmasters have the highest status. I woke up early in the morning to burn incense for the 3 pristine grandmasters and make a wish." "Make a wish? What wish did you make?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "I can't tell you that. If I say it, it won't be effective." Akatsuki smiled and replied, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Yifan looked at Akatsuki and said with a smirk, Is that so? Akatsuki smiled and asked Yifan, Then make a guess. You must have made a wish in front of the 3 pristine grandmasters, praying that you can marry a good husband in the future. Yifan asked Akatsuki with a smile, Am I right? Akatsuki smiled and shook her head after hearing that. I can't find a good husband in this lifetime. Akatsuki looked straight and said slowly, Even if the 3 pristine grandmasters showed their power, they can't fulfill this wish. Akatsuki's words made Yifan's heart ache. In the next life, Akatsuki looked up at Yifan and said with a smile, In the next life, find someone who loves me and marry me. Yifan forced a smile and didn't say anything. Don't talk about me. What about you? Akatsuki changed the topic and asked Yifan, Why are you up so early? I'm going to quiz Hakushuin to find Mingyu and see if he has finished the Tianluo umbrella he promised me. Yifan replied, I'll go with you. Akatsuki said, Okay. Yifan nodded and replied. The two walked side by side to quiz Hakushuin. When the two arrived at quiz Hakushuin, the Taoist boy happened to come out of the bamboo house. He yawned, stretched, and kept moving his neck and limbs. Mingyu, did you just wake up or didn't sleep? Yifan came in front of the Taoist boy and asked with a smile, What do you think? The Taoist boy rolled his eyes at Yifan and asked sarcastically. Yifan smiled and didn't say anything. In order to make this Tianluo umbrella of yours, I didn't sleep for the entire night. I didn't even take a nap. You, on the other hand, are asking me if I just woke up? The little Taoist boy rolled his eyes at Yifan and retorted angrily. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the Taoist boy's angry words, Yifan immediately came behind the little Taoist boy and reached out to massage the little Taoist boy's shoulders. That's more like it. The Taoist boy said with a smile. Is the Tianluo umbrella finished? Yifan asked while massaging the Taoist boy's shoulders. How can this poor Taoist not do his best for what the Devil Lord wants? HM. The Taoist boy turned his head and glanced at Yifan behind him and asked with a smile. Yifan smiled and massaged even harder. Taoist boy, where is Xiao Zhao? Akatsuki asked the Taoist boy. This time, the Taoist boy specially asked Baihu Xiao Zhao to stay with him to make the Tianluo umbrella. Otherwise, he would be too bored. Xiao Zhao is sleeping inside. She's sleeping very soundly. The Taoist boy said to the two of them. She just fell asleep. Don't disturb her. Let her sleep a little longer. The Taoist boy's love for Xiao Zhao was no less than Yifan's. But the Tianluo umbrella? Yifan tentatively asked the Taoist boy. The Taoist boy impatiently glared at Yifan, then reached out with one hand. Buzz, with a flash of golden light. A bamboo umbrella appeared in the Taoist boy's hand. For you. The Taoist boy turned around and handed the bamboo umbrella to Yifan. Yifan hurriedly received it with both hands. The bamboo umbrella was about 3 feet long and was completely made of green bamboo. The umbrella had a bamboo pole as the handle, bamboo strips as the bones, and bamboo skin as the cover. It was surrounded by green light and auspicious air. One look, and one could tell that it was a good item. Pa! Yifan directly opened the bamboo umbrella in his hand. Hua! As the umbrella was fully opened, countless green light shards poured down from the umbrella cover. Buzz! In an instant, Yifan and the entire umbrella disappeared into thin air. The scene in front of her shocked Akatsuki instantly. At this very moment, not only did Yifan's figure disappear, even Yifan's aura and spiritual pressure had disappeared. The Tianluo umbrella's ability to conceal one's tracks and hide one's aura was indeed well-deserved. Akatsuki was shocked. The Taoist boy smiled and nodded slowly. Under the green light lingering around the umbrella cover, Yifan's face was filled with joy. When the umbrella was opened, he felt that he was enveloped by a very special aura. Akatsuki's expression told him that he had completely disappeared. It was indeed a good item. Yifan thought to himself as he looked up at the top of the umbrella. With one look, Yifan was even happier. Although the Tianluo umbrella's cover was made of green bamboo skin, it didn't block the view of the top at all. At this moment, the umbrella cover had become very transparent, like green glass. Bufonku and you, where are you? Akatsuki looked around and asked. Yi Fan, who was holding the Tianluo umbrella, smiled and then slowly walked in front of Akatsuki, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Akatsuki didn't react at all. Ha! Yi Fan kept the Tianluo umbrella directly. Hua! As the green light slowly returned into the umbrella, Yi Fan's figure appeared in front of Akatsuki once again. Akatsuki was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. As the saying goes, seeing once is believing 100 times. After witnessing the power of the Tianluo umbrella, Akatsuki no longer had any doubts about the Taoist boy's cultivation. In her opinion, there was almost nothing that this little guy couldn't do. If his disciple was already like this, then there was no need to talk about Qing Chenzi's cultivation. How is it? Not bad, right? Little Taoist boy asked Yi Fan proudly. Good item. Really good item. Looking at the Tianluo umbrella in his hand, Yi Fan let out a heartfelt praise. With his treasure in his hand, Ghost Eye's Thousand Seeker would become blind. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being monitored by Sky Eyes. Although I gave this Tianluo umbrella to you, you must take good care of it. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Little Taoist boy reminded Yi Fan. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, Yi Fan replied with a smile. That's the best, little Taoist boy said. All right, does this item have any weaknesses? For example, it's afraid of fire? Afraid of water? Yi Fan asked little Taoist boy. I've secretly engraved a fire repellent and water repellent charm on this Tianluo umbrella and added 3 golden light barriers on top. As long as the opponent isn't a divine immortal expert, there shouldn't be a problem, little Taoist boy said to Yi Fan. Of course, everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. Everything has an exception, and this Tianluo umbrella also has a taboo. Taboo? What taboo? Yi Fan frowned and asked little Taoist boy. Little Taoist boy glanced at Akatsuki, then walked in front of Yi Fan and gestured for Yi Fan to lower his head. Yi Fan understood and lowered his head. Little Taoist boy covered his mouth with his chubby hand and whispered a few words in Yi Fan's ear. Chapter 894. 2 hours later. It's all thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to execute my movement technique. In front of Xiang Temple, Yi Fan, who was dressed in a black robe, spoke to the little Taoist boy who was carrying Baihu. Last time, you gave me the shadow sword. This time, I'll give you the heavenly Luo umbrella. We're even now. The little Taoist boy stroked Baihu in his arms as he joked to Yi Fan. Don't worry. The next time I come, I'll definitely bring you those dozens of immortal bamboos. Yi Fan smiled. Let me handle the immortal bamboos. You're so clumsy. Don't break the immortal roots of the immortal bamboos. The little Taoist boy rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and said, You'd better focus on finding the tripod cauldron and saving your Japanese wife. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. Xiao Zhao, go with this guy. Remember to take good care of yourself. The next time you come to Xiang Temple, I'm afraid I won't be able to carry you. The little Taoist boy spoke softly to Baihu in his arms as he pressed his face against Baihu's forehead. He looked reluctant to part with her. Boo-hoo. The white fox raised its head and looked at the little Taoist boy, its clear eyes glistening with tears. Hearing the little Taoist boy's words, Yi Fan immediately frowned. The little Taoist boy's words confused him. Can't carry her? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked the little Taoist boy. You're the only one with sharp ears. The little Taoist boy looked up at Yi Fan and said impatiently, This is a secret between Xiao Zhao and I. Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't be annoying. When Yi Fan heard this, he was stunned and immediately shut his mouth. You better take good care of Xiao Zhao. If she loses even a single strand of hair, I won't let you off. The little Taoist boy said as he handed Baihu to Yi Fan. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Yi Fan took Baihu and said with a smile. Not only him, you have to take care of yourself too. Do you hear me? The little Taoist boy raised his head and looked at Yi Fan. His eyes were red and sparkling. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're going to part forever? Yi Fan crouched down and patted the little Taoist boy on the shoulder. At this time, the little Taoist boy seemed to be in an unusual mood. It's nothing, it's nothing. The little Taoist boy wiped his tears and said with a choked voice, I just miss you guys. You're really unpredictable. Yi Fan scratched the little Taoist boy's nose and laughed. Last night, you even wanted to slap me dozens of times to vent your anger. What's wrong? You can't bear to let me go today. Phew. Before Yi Fan could finish speaking, the little Taoist boy threw himself into Yi Fan's arms. Remember what I told you, come back alive? The little Taoist boy tightly hugged Yi Fan's neck and said loudly. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately frowned. Ever since he met the little Taoist boy, this was the first time he saw him so emotional. Even during the demon-slaying conference, this guy was not as sad as he was today. Could it be that this guy predicted something in advance, but he couldn't tell me? Yi Fan was shocked. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. Yi Fan patted the little Taoist boy's back and said as if nothing had happened. Did you forget? I still want to fight with you for 300 rounds. Okay. The little Taoist boy let go of Yi Fan and smiled through his tears. Seeing the two reluctantly say goodbye, Akatsuki, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but be moved. One of them was the reincarnation of Eldritch, the Demon King. The other was an immortal, a Taoist genius. These two powerhouses who were supposed to be at odds with each other unexpectedly had such a deep friendship. There were some things in the world that could not be explained. Come. I have a treasure here. I'll lend it to you to play with for a few days. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out something wrapped in a handkerchief and handed it to the little Taoist boy. What is it? The little Taoist boy asked Yi Fan with red eyes. Open it and take a look. Yi Fan handed the item to the little Taoist boy and said with a smile. The little Taoist boy took the handkerchief and opened it. Inside the handkerchief, a dazzling crystal ball that was flowing with brilliant lights and colors came into view. This was none other than the treasure that the Beautiful which gave to Yi Fan when he seized the fire meteor on Demon Island, the crystal ball. The crystal ball that the Western Witch gave you? Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, the little Taoist boy asked Yi Fan. He had already reached the state of divine vision, and nothing that Yi Fan did could escape his eyes. I've never understood how to use this thing. You can help me study it. Yi Fan said to the little Taoist boy, I heard that this thing is similar to the sky. You can see whatever you want. You're as stupid as a pig. Of course you don't know how to use it. The little Taoist boy held the crystal ball in his palm and said to Yi Fan with a curl of his lips, the next time we come to Purple Sun Temple, you'll teach me how to use it. Yi Fan slowly stood up and said to the little Taoist boy. The little Taoist boy lowered his head and pursed his lips, not saying a word. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. We should go. We'll meet again. Yi Fan patted the little Taoist boy's shoulder and said with a smile. He smiled as he slowly turned around and prepared to leave. Meet the third retreat's Water Moon Mirror Flower. The moment Yi Fan turned around, the little Taoist boy suddenly opened his mouth. Yi Fan frowned and stopped in his tracks. He didn't understand why the little Taoist boy would suddenly say such strange words. Thinking of this, Yi Fan turned around and frowned at the little Taoist boy. Take care. Whoosh! As the little Taoist boy said this, his body instantly turned into countless golden light fragments and disappeared into thin air. Seeing the little Taoist boy turn into a golden light and leave, Yi Fan's frown deepened. Obviously, the little Taoist boy was hiding something from him, but he couldn't say it out loud. Meet the third retreat's Water Moon Mirror Flower. The words that the little Taoist boy said had a lot of meaning behind them. Yi Fan thought and turned to look at Akatsuki. Akatsuki also frowned at this time, her eyes solemn. She also guessed that this matter was unusual. Woo! Baihu looked up at Yi Fan, and then at the place where the little Taoist boy disappeared, and let out a whimper. Mingyu, Akatsuki wanted to say something, but stopped. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yi Fan said calmly and slowly walked in front of Akatsuki. He handed Baihu to Akatsuki and then opened the Tian Luo umbrella in his hand. Whoosh! As the Tian Luo umbrella was fully opened, countless bright green light fragments poured down from the top of the umbrella. Whoosh! In an instant, the two people and one fox disappeared in a thin air along with the Tian Luo umbrella. Under the umbrella, Yi Fan flicked his sleeves and used the cloud riding technique. Whoosh! Countless clouds quickly gathered under the two people's feet, slowly lifting them up. The auspicious clouds were under the two people's feet, so it was naturally under the protection of the Tian Luo umbrella. Apart from the two of them, no one could see the auspicious clouds. Where are we going now? Within the Tian Luo umbrella, Akatsuki turned around and asked Yi Fan. We'll go to Jiangnan to pick up the doppelgangers and then return to the East Sea. Yi Fan replied. An hour later, the two people arrived at the sky above Jiangnan, which was thousands of miles away. Yi Fan stopped the auspicious clouds in the air and looked down. Why did we stop? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. We're the three doppelgangers. They're here. Yi Fan looked down and said. They're here. Akatsuki shaded her eyes and followed Yi Fan's gaze. When she saw it, Akatsuki was shocked. A few hundred feet below them, a large white auspicious clouds was rushing toward them at lightning speed. On the auspicious clouds, Yi Fan, Akatsuki, and Baihu Xiao Zhao were all there. Yi Fan's doppelgangers can actually ride on clouds. Akatsuki was shocked. Whoosh! The auspicious clouds flew up rapidly and soon arrived in front of Yi Fan's auspicious clouds. They didn't slow down and went straight for Yi Fan. Whoosh! The moment they touched Yi Fan, the three doppelgangers instantly turned invisible and merged with Yi Fan's body. Bang! At the same time, Yi Fan put away the Tian Luo umbrella in his hand and used his mind. But after putting away all the green light fragments, the Tian Luo umbrella instantly turned into a green light and flew into Yi Fan's sleeve. Now that he had put away his doppelgangers, he didn't need to hide anymore. Whoosh! Yi Fan pushed the auspicious clouds under his feet and went straight toward the East Sea. What? Jiangnan? On the battleship. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was shocked and asked. Yes. Opposite Matsumoto Takeyoshi, a man in a loose black robe, a black hat, and a bronze grimace mask answered respectfully. What are they doing in Jiangnan? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked, frowning. Eating, drinking, playing, shopping, and admiring the moon, the man in the black robe answered. That's all. Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. Yes, the man in the black robe answered. Where are they now? Are they still in Jiangnan? Matsumoto Takeyoshi continued asking. They're on the cloud path and are rushing here, the man in the black robe answered. Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, his brows were furrowed. Yi Fan's trip this time seemed very unusual. Mr. Matsumoto, if there's nothing else, I'll return to Japan first, the man in the black robe said respectfully to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Thank you for your hard work. Thank Miss Chien-sun on my behalf. Matsumoto Takeyoshi snapped out of his daze and said to the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe nodded at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and disappeared from the spot. Eating, drinking, playing, shopping, and admiring the moon, do you believe that? After the man in the black robe left, Matsumoto Takeyoshi picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea into his cup while asking the man in white standing behind him. Ghost Eyes Chien-sun has unparalleled eyesight. She shouldn't have seen wrongly, the man in white replied. Don't you think it's unusual for him to travel all the way to Jiangnan for a holiday? Matsumoto Takeyoshi picked up the white porcelain teacup and asked as he sipped his tea. Perhaps he has already sensed something and is testing us on purpose, the man in white said. That's possible. Matsumoto Takeyoshi put down the teacup and nodded. There's another possibility, the man in white continued. What is it? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. The Yi Fan that Miss Chien-sun saw might not be the real Yi Fan, the man in white said calmly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi furrowed his brows and slowly turned to look at the man in white. Didn't you just say that Miss Chien-sun has unparalleled eyesight and wouldn't have seen wrongly? Why are you changing your words now? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked the man in white. What I meant was that the person who went to Jiangnan was also Yi Fan, but it was merely his clone, the man in white said slowly. Mister, don't forget that he is now the king of the demon world. He has the ability to create an exact copy of himself to confuse the public. Then his spiritual energy, Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. That's simple. He just has to hide it, the man in white explained. Chapter 895. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yi Fan's auspicious clouds arrived above the East China Sea. At this time, the sea wind was whistling over the East China Sea, and dark clouds covered the sky. In the dark clouds, there was a faint sound of thunder. A rainstorm was coming. High in the sky, Yi Fan flicked his sleeves and urged the auspicious clouds under his feet to slowly descend. Go back and have a good rest. If Matsumoto Takeyoshi asks about you, just say what I just taught you. In the process of descending, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. Akatsuki nodded. When they were less than 3 feet above the deck of the warship, Yi Fan dispersed the auspicious clouds under his feet. The two figures slowly landed on the deck. After watching Akatsuki return to the berth cabin, Yi Fan rose into the air and flew towards the boat. Hula! After returning to the boat, Yi Fan opened the cabin door and stepped in. Inside the cabin, Oda Ono in white clothes was lying on the ground, carefully wiping the floor. Sir is back. Seeing that Yi Fan had returned, Oda Kono straightened her body and tucked her long hair behind her ear as she spoke happily. Yi Fan responded. Sir, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I'll go make it for you. Oda Ono wiped her hands with a towel and prepared to make breakfast for Yi Fan. Don't be busy, I've already eaten, Yi Fan said to Oda Ono as he closed the door behind him. Then I'll go prepare the bath water for you. Oda Ono stood in place and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Fan smiled and said to Oda Ono. He had traveled thousands of miles without using his spiritual energy, and his body was already covered in sweat. He really needed a good bath. Oda Ono smiled sweetly at Yi Fan and ran upstairs to prepare hot water for Yi Fan. Yi Fan carried Baihu and slowly walked upstairs to the bedroom on the second floor. At this time, the cabin was clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. The floor was as bright as new, the futon was soft and fluffy, and everything was neatly arranged. On the wooden table, a pot of incense was burning, and a white porcelain tea set was placed on top of it. There was also a fruit platter filled with fruits. Not only was Oda Ono intelligent, but she was also very diligent. This made Yi Fan very satisfied. He closed the hatch, took off his shoes and socks, and sat down on the futon. Baihu Xiao Zhao picked up an apple from the fruit platter and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan stroked Baihu's head and smiled. Sir, may I come in? Oda Ono's voice came from outside the cabin door. Come in, Yi Fan said. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the hatch opened, and Oda Ono walked in with 2 large buckets of hot water. Sir, your hot water, Oda Ono said as she walked directly to the tub behind the screen. Let me do it. Yi Fan got up and walked to Oda Ono's side, reaching out to take the buckets from her hands. Sir, go rest. Let me do this kind of heavy work. Oda Ono said anxiously as she blocked Yi Fan's outstretched hand with her body. Since it's heavy work, then I shouldn't let you do it, Yi Fan said as he took the buckets from Oda Ono's hands. Oda Ono pursed her red lips and didn't say anything. Ever since she was young, she had always been obedient to others. She had always been ordered around by others, and no one had ever shared anything with her. Not only did she have to spy for intelligence and carry out assassination missions, but she was also treated like a plaything and served to those high officials and dignitaries. Sometimes, she couldn't even get out of bed. Those who treated her like a human, gave her gifts, and took the initiative to share her burden. Other than Yi Fan, there was no one else. Thinking of this, Oda Ono's eyes turned red. She was also a woman, and she also wanted to be cared for and loved by others. It was only during this period of time with Yi Fan that she felt that she was living like a human. Why are you crying? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Oda Ono as he poured the water into the tub. No, nothing. Oda Ono wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve and said in a choked voice, "If you have any difficulties, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you." Yi Fan said to Oda Ono. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Oda Ono could no longer control her emotions, and large drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Seeing Oda Ono suddenly crying, Yi Fan put down the wooden tub and asked with a frown. Oda Ono sobbed in a low voice, unable to speak at all. "Who bullied you? Tell me, and I will help you." Yi Fan said to Oda Ono. The thing he hated the most was to see women cry. "No, no one bullied me." Oda Ono sobbed and said. "Homesick?" Yi Fan asked. "I've been an orphan since I was a child. I don't have a home." Oda Ono sobbed. Yi Fan frowned after hearing this. Compared to other ninjas, the fate of these female ninjas was much more tragic. This was especially true for ninjas with outstanding looks like Oda Ono. Beauty brought them nightmares instead of good luck. "Then why are you crying?" Yi Fan asked Oda Ono. "Since I was born, only Sir has treated me like a human." Oda Ono sobbed. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't say anything. "Sir, go ahead and take a bath. The water will turn cold soon." Oda Ono wiped her tears with her sleeves and turned around to leave the cabin. In the steamy bathtub, Yi Fan soaked his body completely in the hot water and closed his eyes in contemplation. Why would the little Taoist boy not be able to hug Xiao Zhao when he saw her again? What did the little Taoist boy say to Xiao Zhao that night when he was making the heavenly Luo umbrella? Why would the little Taoist boy be so reluctant to part with him, as if they were parting forever? Could it be that he would encounter a calamity in the future? And it would be a great calamity. Meet the third and retreat the eighth, the water moon and the flower in the mirror. What did these words mean? Countless questions flew around in Yi Fan's mind, appearing and disappearing one after another. The little Taoist boy's various actions made Yi Fan feel somewhat anxious. Now that he had found the 8 divine cauldrons, he only needed to find the last one, and he would have gathered the patterns of the 9 divine cauldrons. Then, he would be able to comprehend the secret technique on it. At this crucial moment, he couldn't make any mistakes. Rumble. Outside the cabin, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The purple lightning instantly lit up Yi Fan's cabin. Whoosh! After the thunder, the rain poured down. Yi Fan didn't know when it started, but he suddenly liked this kind of extreme weather. The storm was raging, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and snow flew everywhere. He liked this kind of weather. The reason was simple. This kind of extreme weather could make him feel peaceful. After calming down, he decided to make a trip to the world of spirits and souls. Firstly, he could express his gratitude to Gue Linglong. Without the clues provided by Gue Linglong, he wouldn't have been able to find the divine cauldrons, and 2 of them at once. Secondly, he could also ask Gue Linglong about the whereabouts of the last divine cauldron. After all, Gue Linglong was once one of the 9 bellkeepers. Thinking of this, Yi Fan, who was in the bathtub, activated the power of the heavenly demon. Buzz, a red light flashed around Yi Fan, and he instantly returned to normal. His primordial spirit had already left his body. Swoosh! Yi Fan, who was wearing a black robe, appeared in front of the Emerald Palace in the Blood Demon token. "Greetings, Demon King." In front of the Emerald Palace, 2 golden-armored generals knelt on one knee and bowed to Yi Fan. Before this, it was 2 palace maids guarding the Emerald Palace. However, after Yumoji became the Demon King's wife, everything changed. The 2 palace maids were replaced by 2 golden-armored generals, and the number of guards in the Emerald Palace increased by more than twice. "Rise," Yi Fan said to the 2 generals. "Thank you, Demon King." The 2 golden-armored generals stood up. "Where's the Demon Queen?" Yi Fan asked the 2 of them. "Demon King, the Demon Queen, is currently admiring the flowers in the back garden." One of the golden-armored generals answered Yi Fan respectfully. Yi Fan replied and slowly walked to the back garden. "Greetings, Demon King." "Greetings, Demon King." On the way to the back garden, countless palace maids and guards kept bowing to Yi Fan. In the beginning, Yi Fan could still tolerate it, and asked them to dispense with the formalities one by one. However, in the end, Yi Fan could no longer stand it and simply used his movement skill. He turned into a blood-red ray of light and headed straight for the back garden. At this time, in the back garden, Yumoji, who was wearing a bright red robe, was standing quietly by the lake, looking at the fish in the lake in a daze. More than 10 beautiful maidservants stood quietly behind Yumoji, their faces full of respect. Whoosh! Yi Fan's blood-red light arrived in the blink of an eye. It descended from the sky and landed behind Yumoji. Yi Fan, when she felt Yi Fan's domineering spiritual pressure, Yumoji, who was still in a daze a moment ago, was suddenly overjoyed and blurted out. She turned around and looked at the dazzling stars in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Whoosh! As the blood-red stars' brilliance dissipated, Yi Fan's figure slowly appeared. "Madam, you sure are in the mood to admire the flowers and fish here. How leisurely." Yi Fan looked at Yumoji with a smile and said, "Greetings, Demon King." More than 10 personal maidservants bowed to Yi Fan in unison. "All of you are dismissed." Yi Fan waved his sleeves and said, "Yes." The maidservants replied in unison and bowed before retreating. "Why are you here?" Yumoji's eyes lit up as she asked Yi Fan in pleasant surprise. "Why, can't I be here?" Yi Fan smiled and asked Yumoji in return. "Listen to yourself. You are the Demon King, second only to one and above all. Where can't you go?" Yumoji smiled. "How is it, after becoming the Demon Queen? Do you feel much more at ease?" Yi Fan asked Yumoji with a smile. "Being followed by a large group of maidservants and guards every day, do you think I feel uncomfortable?" Yumoji asked Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. "Tell me, why have you returned to the palace this time?" Yumoji asked Yi Fan. "Why, can't I come here to look for you?" Yi Fan stared into Yumoji's eyes and asked with a smile. "You don't come here without a reason." Yumoji smiled and said, "You haven't found all 9 cauldrons yet. How can you be in a mood to come here?" "You're right. I'm returning to the palace this time to bring you somewhere," Yi Fan said to Yumoji. "Bring me to a place?" Yumoji's face lit up when she heard that. She asked Yi Fan in return, "Where?" "The Ghost Realm," Yi Fan said with a smile. Chapter 896. Whoosh! Within the emptiness boundary, a gigantic star moved forward rapidly, whistling through the air. The star was as red as blood and dazzling as the tail of the star was more than 3 feet long. Within the star, Yi Fan was wearing a robe embroidered with 8 treasures and a purple golden crown with 9 lotuses on his head. His robe and silver hair fluttered in the wind. Beside him, Yumoji was wearing a bright red robe with 7 treasured hairpins on her head. Her hair fluttered in the wind as the tail of her robe fluttered in the wind. One of them was the king of the demon realm. He was handsome and looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The other was the wife of the demon lord. She was as beautiful as a celestial being and as beautiful as a dragon. The two of them were a perfect match for each other. "Madam, how far is the ghost realm? Why aren't we there yet?" Within the blood-red star, Yi Fan turned around and asked Yumoji with a smile. "According to our current speed, we'll be there in 15 minutes, my husband." Yumoji looked at Yi Fan affectionately and said with a smile, "That's so mushy." Yi Fan turned around and said with a smile. Yumoji pursed her lips and smiled. She was as beautiful as a peach blossom. She enjoyed spending time with Yi Fan. Whether it was the ghost realm or the heavenly realm, as long as she could be with Yi Fan, she would be happy to go anywhere. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a huge city gate with an astonishing aura entered the eyes of the two people. The entire city gate was 1,000 feet tall and more than 10 feet wide. It was comparable to the gate of the demon realm. Just like the gate of the demon realm, the city gate and city walls of the ghost realm were also built with black stones and glowed with a black light. However, the difference was that the gate of the demon realm was built with black demon stones, while the gate of the ghost realm was built with ghost worry stones. What was even more incredible was that the city gate of the ghost realm was not square in shape. Instead, it was in the shape of a huge skull. The skull's teeth protruded out of its mouth and looked terrifying. The two huge skull eyes were dark and terrifying. In between the skull's eyebrows, there was an ancient seal of the word ghost written in a crazy and elegant handwriting. In the sky above the entire world of spirits and souls, gloomy clouds were thick and gloomy. The Yin-Shi condensed and did not disperse, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Is the world of spirits and souls in front? Yi-Fan asked Yumoji after seeing the gigantic black city in the distance. It's right there, Yumoji replied. That place is dark all year round. The wind is chilly and the place is eerie. Even at noon, the sky is gray. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to such a place. No wonder Gay Ling Long wants to take over the demon realm, Yi-Fan said with a smile. This place is really uncomfortable. As Yi-Fan spoke, he controlled the starlight and gradually lowered its altitude. Whoosh, the huge blood-red starlight slowly landed in front of the gate of the ghost realm. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the world of spirits and souls? In front of the skeleton city gate, the two gatekeepers asked Yi-Fan and Huang Xiaolong warily. Like the demon realm, the ghost realm also had two gatekeepers. However, the two gatekeepers in the demon realm were called Heart Monkey and Horse Intent, while the gatekeeper in the ghost realm was called Lonely Soul and Wild Ghost. Both of them were tall and dressed in black. They held steel tridents and had chains around their waists. Their faces were terrifying. Is Gui Linglong here? I'm looking for her. Yi-Fan dispersed the starlight and said to the two gatekeepers with a smile. How dare you call the ghost lore by his name? The gatekeeper on the left pointed a steel trident at Yi-Fan and said fiercely, Get out of here before I get angry. Yumoji raised her eyebrows and slowly took a step forward. She raised her right hand and curled her 5 fingers slightly. Sizzle, 5 bolts of purple lightning appeared out of thin air, shuttling back and forth in her palms. When a woman protected a man, she was scarier than anyone else. Yi-Fan was now Yumoji's beloved husband. Of course, she would be angry when her husband was being scolded. Why do you have to lower yourself to their level? Seeing that Yumoji was about to lose her temper, Yi-Fan grabbed Yumoji's hand and said with a smile, We're here to thank you, not to cause trouble. Yumoji looked at Yi-Fan and nodded slowly. She released her 5 fingers and retracted the purple electric lights. Go and tell Gui Linglong that the demon realms Yi Bufan and Demon Queen Yumoji are here to visit. Yi-Fan lifted his head and looked at the two gatekeepers as he spoke. Yi Bufan? You're the demon realm's king? When the two guards heard Yi-Fan's name, their eyes widened and their mouths hung agape. They were flabbergasted. The handsome man and beautiful woman in front of them were the Demon King and his wife. How was that possible? If the Demon King really wanted to come to the ghost realm, how could he not have some extravagance? At the very least, he should have a dragon carriage and an imperial bodyguard. Why? You don't believe me? Seeing that the two were shocked, Yi-Fan asked with a smile. Do you have any proof? Wild Ghost stuttered as he asked Yi-Fan. This is my blood demon token. You can check it. Yi-Fan said as he took off the blood demon token from his waist and handed it to Wild Ghost. Wild Ghost took the token doubtfully and examined it carefully in front of his eyes. Wild Ghost's expression changed when he saw it. I didn't know that the Demon King was coming. I was blind. Wild Ghost returned the blood demon token to Yi-Fan with both hands and said with fear and trepidation. He never thought that the young man in front of him was the new Demon King who defeated the ghost Lord Gui Linglong. Do you want to check my wife's royal seal? Yi-Fan took the blood demon token and asked Wild Ghost with a smile. I don't dare. Wild Ghost lowered his head and said hurriedly. The Demon Realm's king was so strong that even Gui Linglong, who had the god-slaying technique, was no match for him. If this person wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Wild Ghost thought to himself, Why aren't you reporting to Gui Linglong? Yumoji said coldly to Wild Ghost. Yes, please wait for a moment. I will report to her now. Wild Ghost said as he turned around and came to the front of the skeleton city gate. He pressed his hand on a huge tooth in the skull's mouth. Rumble. The skull's huge mouth opened slightly, revealing a passage. Swoosh. Wild Ghost turned into a cloud of black smoke and went into the gap. Rumble. Not long after, the skeletal city gates opened with a loud rumble, opening wide in all directions. After the gate opened, a huge golden canopy appeared in front of Yi Fan and Yumoji. Under the canopy, Gui Linglong in a black robe walked out of the city slowly with the help of two maids. Her face was pale and her eyes were unfocused. She coughed violently from time to time and looked extremely weak. Even her protective spiritual chi was faintly discernible and was as thin as a cicada's wing. Compared to when she attacked the Devil Realm, Gui Linglong was like a completely different person. Behind Gui Linglong stood the 4 ghost spirits and 4 ghost generals. I guessed that you would come. Cough, cough, cough. Under the canopy, Gui Linglong coughed violently and said to Yi Fan with a smile, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Cough, cough, cough. As she spoke, she came in front of Yi Fan. What happened to you? Yi Fan frowned and asked Gui Linglong, how did you become like this? Back then, he used his spiritual chi to connect Gui Linglong's spiritual meridians. Gui Linglong's cultivation was also fully recovered at that time. It had only been a few days since they last met. How did she become so weak? Even her protective spiritual chi was faintly discernible. It was to the point that she needed someone to support her. Yi Fan couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Gui Linglong was so weak, Yumoji also frowned and did not know what was going on. If there's anything, we'll talk later. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong said to Yi Fan as she turned to look at the 4 ghost spirits and 4 ghost generals. Why aren't you greeting the Demon Lord and Demon Queen? Gui Linglong said to the 8 people behind her. Greetings, Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Queen. The 8 of them knelt on one knee in unison and bowed to Yi Fan and Yumoji. It's all in the past. There's no need to be so courteous. Rise, Yi Fan said to the 8 of them. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. What happened back then was already in the past. Yi Fan no longer pursued it. Thank you, Demon Lord. Thank you, Demon Queen. The 8 of them said in unison and slowly stood up. Let's go inside and talk while we drink. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong said to Yi Fan as she turned and walked into the city. Yi Fan walked side by side with her. Yumoji followed behind Yi Fan and did not leave his side. Everything was as Yumoji had said. Within the world of spirits and souls, winds blew and the atmosphere was gloomy. The sky here was gray and gloomy. The Chi shrouded the place, and it was dark. It was like a gloomy day in the human world. Within the city, everything was gray and black. The gray streets, gray and black houses, and gray and black ground. Other than the trees and vegetation, everything was gray and black. But then again, this place was quite affluent. Although the world of spirits and souls was not as luxurious as the demon realm, there were still pavilions and buildings. The appearance of the ghosts here was no different from the living humans of the human world except for 2 things. Firstly, the faces of the ghosts here were pale and bloodless. Secondly, the way the ghosts moved was not by walking, but by floating. Their feet left the ground, and they floated forward, either high or low. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, they would probably faint from fright. This place can't be compared to the demon realm. You're not used to it, right? Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong smiled and asked Yi Fan. It's all right, it's all right. Yi Fan looked at the surroundings and replied with a smile. Wherever the procession passed, the ghosts would retreat and bow to Gui Linglong from afar. Lord Ghost Lord, Lord Ghost Lord, I beg of you, please save my granddaughter. Just as Yi Fan was looking around, an old woman in gray rushed over from the side of the street and knelt in front of Gui Linglong. In the old woman's arms was a little girl around 7 years old. The little girl's face was pale and her lips were purple. Her eyes were closed and black smoke was coming out of her body. How dare you, wicked commoner, stop the holy emperor? Seeing that the ghosts were blocking the procession, the dead spirit holding the soul-summoning banner immediately walked forward and prepared to use the banner to chase the old woman away. "Ghost banner, don't be rude." Just as the soul-summoning banner was about to fall, Gui Linglong shouted and stopped the dead spirit. The dead spirit stopped what it was doing and turned around to look at Gui Linglong. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong coughed violently and came in front of the old woman. "Old lady, please get up and talk." Gui Linglong reached out and helped the old woman up. "Lord Ghost Lord, please have mercy and save my granddaughter. I beg of you." The old woman sobbed and begged Gui Linglong. Chapter 897. My granddaughter was very curious. When she passed by the soul-dissolving pool, she touched the runes on the soul-dissolving pool and became like this. The old woman cried as she said to Gui Linglong, "I heard from others that the runes on the soul-dissolving pool were created by Lord Ghost Lord, and only you can resolve it." The soul-dissolving pool was the place where Gui Linglong punished criminals and brewed the wine soul god drunk. The runes carved on it could absorb the spirits of ghosts. Even adult ghosts could not withstand the power of the runes, not to mention a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. After Gui Linglong heard this, she understood the reason. "Lord Ghost Lord, I beg you, please have mercy and save my granddaughter. She has been suffering in the world of the living. Now that she has become a ghost after death, her soul can't be scattered like this. She's still a child." The old woman cried bitterly and snot ran down her face. "Don't cry, cough, cough, cough." Gui Linglong coughed and said, "I will save your granddaughter. Thank you, Lord Ghost Lord. Thank you, Lord Ghost Lord." Seeing that Gui Linglong agreed to save her granddaughter, the old woman cried with joy. "Cough, cough, cough, give the child to me," Gui Linglong said to the old woman. The old woman handed the little girl in her arms who was emitting black smoke to Gui Linglong. Gui Linglong took it with both hands and prepared to cast a spell to save the little girl. "Ghost Lord, your spiritual power is almost exhausted. You cannot waste anymore." Seeing that Gui Linglong was about to use her spiritual power to save the little girl, the undead holding the soul-summoning banner immediately advised her. "Ghost Lord, Ghost Banner is right. You are now a patient. If you continue to use your spiritual power, your body will not be able to take it." Ghost Lord, the 4 undead and the 4 ghost generals advised Gui Linglong together. "As a ghost lord, of course I have to think for the ghosts." Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong turned her head and said to the 8 people behind her, "Only I can resolve this rune. If I don't do anything, this little girl's soul will scatter. This is a matter of life and death. I cannot stand by and do nothing." Cough, cough, cough. "Ghost Lord, please reconsider." Ghost Lord, the 8 people still tried to persuade Gui Linglong. "I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore," Gui Linglong said to the 8 people. As he spoke, he turned his head and urged the ghost spirits that were almost exhausted. Buzz, as Gui Linglong's thoughts moved, a brilliant and colorful black lotus appeared between her eyebrows. The black lotus had a total of 108 petals. It shone resplendently, and auspicious vapors intertwined as it spun incessantly. It was Gui Linglong's black lotus. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan exclaimed inwardly, "Where did Gui Linglong's spiritual energy go?" She was actually able to use her natal black lotus. After the black lotus appeared, Gui Linglong formed a finger sword and lightly tapped the forehead of the little girl in her arms. Buzz. Dazzling black light flashed between the little girl's eyebrows, and then quickly spread throughout her body. Whoosh! The thick black smoke emitted from the little girl's body gradually returned to its original form. After receiving treatment from Gui Linglong's spiritual power, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Lord Ghost Lord." After seeing Gui Linglong, the little girl immediately said timidly. Gui Linglong smiled and slowly retracted her sword fingers. She carried the little girl to the old woman. "Your granddaughter is fine now, cough, cough, cough." Gue Linglong coughed and said to the old woman, "Don't go near the soul pool in the future. It's very dangerous there. Cough, cough, cough." "Thank you, Lord Ghost Lord." "Thank you, Lord Ghost Lord." The old woman carried her recovered granddaughter and kept kowtowing to Gue Linglong. Gue Linglong waved her hand at the old woman and said weakly, "Stop kowtowing. Go back." The grandmother and granddaughter left with endless gratitude. "Ha!" As soon as the grandmother and granddaughter left, the natal black lotus between Gue Linglong's eyebrows instantly shattered into 3 lotus petals. The shattered lotus petals directly turned into countless black light fragments and fell from Gue Linglong's forehead. Gue Linglong only felt her vision turn black, and then her body went limp and she lost consciousness. Lord Ghost, Lord Ghost. The 4 undead spirits and 4 ghost generals were quick, and they immediately supported the unconscious Gue Linglong. Lord Ghost, Lord Ghost. The 8 of them anxiously shouted. Gue Linglong did not respond. Quickly replenish the Lord Ghost spirit. The undead spirit holding the soul summoning banner said loudly to the other 7. The 7 of them understood and immediately placed the unconscious Gue Linglong on the ground slowly and surrounded her in the middle. The 8 of them sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and focused, and began to mobilize their spiritual energy. But as the 8 of them activated Gue Linglong, 8 huge black flames instantly rose. Pa pa pa. The 8 of them struck with both palms. Whoosh, 16 black light pillars shot out from the palms of the 8 of them and shot directly at Gue Linglong's body. Buzz, Gue Linglong's body was instantly enveloped by the black spiritual energy. The 4 undead spirits and 4 ghost generals were replenishing Gue Linglong's spirit. Even so, the unconscious Gue Linglong, who was sitting cross-legged still, did not respond. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were tightly shut. She looked lifeless. Pa pa pa. Just as the 8 of them were trying their best to save her, the natal black lotus between Gue Linglong's eyebrows shattered again. Whoosh, large amounts of black light fragments fell again. Crack, crack. The remaining black lotus began to crack. Lord Ghost, Lord Ghost. The 8 of them saw the situation and immediately shouted anxiously, "All of you move aside. Let me do it." Seeing that Gue Linglong's natal black lotus was getting weaker and weaker, Yi Fan, who was standing at the side, immediately said to the 8 of them. When the 8 of them heard Yi Fan's words, they immediately frowned and looked at each other. They were still worried about Yi Fan. After all, Gue Linglong was once his enemy. If I wanted to kill her, I wouldn't have waited until now. Yi Fan saw the 8 of them's concerns and said, "If you don't move aside, I can't guarantee that your Lord Ghost will be able to hold on. With your cultivation, you won't be able to repair her natal black lotus. You'll only be wasting your spiritual energy." When they heard Yi Fan's words, the 8 of them immediately retracted their spiritual energy. "Demon Lord, please save our master." The 8 of them knelt in front of Yi Fan and said in unison, "Find me a quiet room. I'll replenish your Lord Ghost spirit. During this time, no one is allowed to disturb me," Yi Fan said, and quickly walked to Gue Linglong's side. Pa, pa, pa. Yi Fan extended his sword finger and tapped Gue Linglong's head a few times. Wherever his finger tapped, there would be spots of red light. It was dazzling. Buzz, after Yi Fan made his move, Gue Linglong's natal black lotus immediately stopped shattering. At the same time, it stopped spinning. "Demon Lord, please follow me," one of the undead spirits said to Yi Fan. As he spoke, he used his movement technique and leaped into the air. He then rushed toward a black palace in the distance. "Emoji, wait for me," Yi Fan said to Emoji as he carried Gue Linglong in his arms. Emoji nodded solemnly. Whoosh, with a thought, Yi Fan turned into a dazzling blood-red star and headed straight for the Black Palace. Buzz in the spacious secret room, Yi Fan activated his heavenly demon power. His body was surrounded by flames and spiritual energy. Gue Linglong sat cross-legged on the bed. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious. Pa! Yi Fan extended his right hand and pressed on Gui Linglong's Bai acupoint on her head. Sizzle! 9 dazzling red lightning bolts surged out from Yi Fan's palm and entered Gui Linglong's body through her Bai acupoint. He was using his heavenly demon power to check on Gui Linglong's condition. After a round of investigation, Yi Fan's brows immediately furrowed into a knot. Empty. Everything was empty. At this time, other than the broken black lotus on her natal primordial spirit, Gui Linglong had no spiritual energy at all. No wonder he used his natal black lotus to save that old woman's granddaughter. What happened that caused Gui Linglong's spiritual energy to be so depleted? Yi Fan thought to himself. No matter what, he had to recover his natal black lotus first. Yi Fan thought to himself. He withdrew his heavenly demon power and used the proud moon heavenly scripture's spiritual energy instead. Gui Linglong had a pure Yin body. Naturally, she needed to be treated with extreme Yin spiritual energy. The proud moon heavenly scripture was the spirit of the moon. It was extremely Yin and could save Gui Linglong. Buzz, as Yi Fan mobilized the proud moon heavenly scripture's moon phoenix spiritual energy, a huge green flame instantly rose around him. The green flame was as bright as the moon and dazzling. Whoosh! Countless green lightning bolts surged out from Yi Fan's palm and rushed into Gui Linglong's Bai acupoint. Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to control the spiritual energy with his mind. He used all his strength to repair Gui Linglong's natal black lotus. Whoosh! On Gui Linglong's forehead, the broken black lotus began to slowly rotate again. Whoosh! As the black lotus rotated, the cracks on it began to emit a moonlight green brilliance. Under the green brilliance, the cracks on the black lotus gradually disappeared. Not only that, the 6 lotus petals that had collapsed earlier also began to slowly grow out from the lotus roots. Buzz, when the 108 lotus petals were completely restored, the entire black lotus instantly surged with black light and shot out in all directions. Seeing this, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Gui Linglong's natal black lotus was finally saved. Once the natal black lotus was restored, Gui Linglong's primordial spirit began to circulate again. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong coughed violently as she slowly opened her eyes. Looks like you saved my life again. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at Yi Fan, who was standing in front of her, Gui Linglong said with a weak smile, "Don't talk first. I'll help you recover your spiritual energy." As Yi Fan spoke, he used the proud moon heavenly scripture's spiritual energy to activate the natal black lotus in between Gui Linglong's eyebrows. The natal black lotus was the root of Gui Linglong's spiritual energy. All of her spiritual energy was born from it. Yi Fan wanted to use the proud moon heavenly scripture's spiritual energy to activate Gui Linglong's natal black lotus, allowing it to continuously release ghost spirits and directly restore Gui Linglong's cultivation. Cough, cough, cough. Don't waste your spiritual energy. It's useless. Gui Linglong coughed and said, "I'm already lucky that you can protect my natal black lotus. Don't worry, it'll be quick." Yi Fan continued to activate the natal black lotus and said, Buzz, under Yi Fan's activation, the natal black lotus in between Gui Linglong's eyebrows instantly shone brightly. Countless black lights rapidly spread from the natal black lotus and instantly spread throughout Gui Linglong's body. Whoosh! Auspicious light appeared around Gui Linglong's body once again. Your cultivation has already recovered by 70% to 80%. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Fan retracted his spiritual energy and sat opposite Gui Linglong with a smile. He picked up the teapot from the stone table beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. He placed it next to his mouth and gently blew on it. "I told you it's useless." Gui Linglong shook her head and smiled bitterly. Whoosh! As soon as Gui Linglong finished speaking, countless black light fragments rose from her body. The spiritual energy that had just recovered dissipated instantly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gui Linglong's auspicious light disappeared again. Smack! The teacup in Yi Fan's hand fell to the ground, shattering the tea. His eyes widened and his mouth was half open. He was so shocked that he could not say a word. How is this possible? He had clearly almost recovered Gui Linglong's cultivation. How could it disappear into thin air in the blink of an eye? I told you it's useless. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong smiled bitterly. What's going on? Yi Fan frowned and asked Gui Linglong. Chapter 898. Heaven, Heaven's Wrath? Yi Fan's expression changed drastically when he heard Gui Linglong say those two words. Gui Linglong smiled and nodded slowly. Could it be because Yi Fan frowned and asked in surprise? That's right, it's because of the yin-yang cauldrons, Gui Linglong said with a smile. I'm sure you've heard from a yin-yang eccentric that I was once one of the 9 great bellkeepers. According to the rules, the bellkeepers are not allowed to reveal the location of the divine cauldrons. Otherwise, they'll be punished by heaven. Since I've told you the location of the divine cauldrons, I'll naturally be punished by heaven. There's nothing strange about that. You're no longer a bellkeeper. Why do you still want to be punished by heaven? Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong in confusion. It's because I'm no longer a bellkeeper that heaven spare my life. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong coughed and laughed. If I were still a bellkeeper, I would have died under the lightning. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard that. Gui Linglong was willing to accept heaven's punishment in order to help him gather the 9 divine cauldrons. Why are you doing this? Yi Fan frowned and said to Gui Linglong, Aren't you afraid of losing your life by revealing this secret to me? You gave me this life. If it's really gone, I'll just treat it as returning it to you, Gui Linglong said with a smile. I don't like to owe people favors. Cough, cough, cough. You're quite open-minded, Yi Fan said with a smile. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea before handing it to Gui Linglong. Although I'm the supreme of the world of spirits and souls, I'm just a yin ghost after all. I'm not like you, who have parents, wives, clansmen, and friends. Gui Linglong took the hot tea from Yi Fan and said with a smile, Other than this ghost body, I don't have anything. I don't have anything to worry about. What's there to worry about? Don't you have a family? Don't you have friends? Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong. Ha ha! Hearing Yi Fan's question, Gui Linglong was stunned at first, then she laughed out loud. What? Is it that funny? Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong while sipping his tea. If I were still alive, I would be over 3,000 years old this year. Do you think I would still have family? Gui Linglong stopped laughing and asked Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment before he smiled in relief. Gui Linglong's family members must have been reincarnated dozens of times. Perhaps they were in one of the cycles of life and death. As for friends, didn't that yin-yang weirdo say anything to you? Gui Linglong asked Yi Fan with a smile. He did. Yi Fan put down his teacup and replied with a smile. He said you don't have any friends at all. I have protected this old man for more than 1,000 years. He knows my temper better than anyone, Gui Linglong said with a smile. These yin and yang twin cauldrons are the divine cauldrons that you guarded back then. Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong. I'm guarding the yin cauldron. Someone else is guarding the yang cauldron. Gui Linglong replied. Later on, the 2 old men attracted each other's yin and yang. They were birds of a feather and both liked to gamble, so they ran together. I see. Yi Fan nodded slowly. Since you came to thank me this time, you must have obtained the patterns on the 2 divine cauldrons, right? Gui Linglong held a porcelain cup with both hands. She gently sipped her tea as she asked Yi Fan with a smile. I was lucky this time. I won by a narrow margin, Yi Fan said with a smile. Oh, tell me about it. Gui Linglong asked Yi Fan with interest. Yi Fan smiled and told Gui Linglong the entire process of his bet with the yin-yang weirdo. Ha ha ha! Gui Linglong laughed after hearing it. He beat that old man twice with one finger. After so many years, this strange old man's gambling skills still haven't improved. Brother Gui, I came to find you this time to thank you. Secondly, I want to ask you about the whereabouts of the other 8 bell keepers. Yi Fan said to Gui Linglong. You want to find out the location of the divine cauldron from him? Gui Linglong frowned and asked Yi Fan. That's right. Yi Fan replied, I want to give it a try. I'm not afraid to tell you that other than Nangong and I, the rest of the 9 bell keepers are all dead. Gui Linglong put down the porcelain cup and calmly said to Yi Fan, Dead. Dead? Yi Fan frowned in shock. Dead. Gui Linglong said, Back then, there was also a guy like you who searched everywhere for the divine cauldron. Out of the 9 bell keepers, 7 of them were killed by him. In the end, Nangong and I worked together and exhausted almost all of our strength to kill this guy. What? The 7 bell keepers were all killed by the same person? Yi Fan asked in shock. Gui Linglong slowly nodded her head. Who is this person to have such a cultivation? Yi Fan frowned and asked Gui Linglong. This person's talent is extremely high. He is good at evil arts and has an ancient secret weapon, the sword of Tatsuka. Gui Linglong said, with this divine weapon and evil arts, he killed the 7 bell keepers one by one and took the 7 bells in their hands. He also opened the divine cauldron's barrier and took out the inscriptions inside the divine cauldron. The sword of gods, the sword of Tatsuka? Could this person be Japanese? Yi Fan said in shock. That's right. He's indeed Japanese. Gui Linglong looked at Yi Fan and nodded her head. What's his name? Yi Fan asked anxiously. Matsumoto Onisuka. Gui Linglong said 4 words. Matsumoto Onisuka. Yi Fan's head buzzed when he heard that. There was no need to guess. This Matsumoto Onisuka must be Matsumoto Takeyoshi's ancestor. He didn't expect the Matsumoto family to have such an expert who could kill 7 bell keepers in a row. The Matsumoto Takeyoshi you're fighting now should be this person's descendant. Gui Linglong said. Yi Fan nodded his head with a serious expression. How many divine cauldrons have you found? Gui Linglong asked Yi Fan. 8. Yi Fan looked at Gui Linglong and said honestly. At this moment, Gui Linglong was already a friend to him. Or rather, a close friend. He had nothing to hide from a close friend. Which 8? Gui Linglong continued to ask. Yangzhou Cauldron, Jingzhou Cauldron, Liangzhou Cauldron, Suzhou Cauldron, Yuzhou Cauldron, Qingzhou Cauldron, and Gunzhou Cauldron. Yi Fan replied, We're still missing one, the Jizhou Cauldron. All the divine cauldrons were engraved with bird and beast words. Yi Fan had been appraising antiques with his father since he was young, so he naturally recognized these words. Heaven's will, it's really heaven's will. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Gui Linglong looked into the void and muttered to herself. Gui Linglong, you mean? Yi Fan frowned and asked Gui Linglong. The divine cauldron that Nangong Bro is guarding is the Jizhou Cauldron. Gui Linglong looked at Yi Fan and said. Yi Fan's face lit up when he heard that. Gui Linglong, where is he now? Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong. He has changed his name and become a ghost doctor. He lives in the Gobi Desert. Gui Linglong replied. Ghost doctor? Gobi Desert? Yi Fan frowned and asked in return. He doesn't treat living people, only ghosts. That's why he's called the ghost doctor. Gui Linglong replied. Now, his nickname is Traitor. If you ask around, you'll find him. However, it's hard to say if he'll tell you the location of the Jizhou Cauldron. Traitor? Yi Fan asked Gui Linglong in confusion. Why is he called that? You'll understand when you find him. Cough, cough, cough. Gui Linglong smiled. I'll go to the Gobi Desert tomorrow and visit this Mr. Nangong. Yi Fan nodded and said, His real name is Nangong Ao. He has a weird temper. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find him again. Gui Linglong reminded Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded slowly. When you see him, don't tell him that I asked you to find him. Gui Linglong smiled and said, Otherwise, he'll definitely come to the world of spirits and souls to reason with me. In my current state, I'll only be beaten. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. Yi Fan smiled and said. Gui Linglong smiled and did not say anything. If he tells me the location of the divine cauldron, Will he be punished by heaven? Yi Fan asked Gue Linglong. Of course, Gue Linglong replied. Will he die? Yi Fan continued to ask. If he's vague about it, he probably won't. Gue Linglong smiled and said, after being punished by heaven, how can he recover? Yi Fan asked again. Other than doing good deeds, there's no other way. Cough, cough, cough. Gue Linglong replied. Then Brother Gue? Yi Fan hesitated. I'm no exception. Gue Linglong smiled and said, the soul-dissolving pool that you made is against the harmony of heaven. It's better to remove it. Yi Fan said to Gue Linglong, heaven is virtuous. They've already died once. If they die again, they won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yi Fan directly expressed his thoughts. I understand what you mean. Gue Linglong smiled and said, don't worry. I'll remove the soul-dissolving pool tomorrow. I owe you. Yi Fan said to Gue Linglong, I'll definitely find a way to help you recover your spiritual power in the future. Gue Linglong smiled slightly. There's no time to lose. I'll return to the human world now and head to the desert tomorrow to find Nangong Ao. Yi Fan stood up and said to Gue Linglong, Buzz. In the sleeping cabin, Yi Fan's body flashed red and disappeared instantly. He slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Yi, you're finally awake. Beside Yi Fan, Oda Ono, who was in her pajamas, said with a choked voice, Wasn't I in a bathtub? How could it be? He suddenly realized that he had already put on his clothes and was lying on Oda Ono's bed. Boo-hoo! Oda Ono lowered her head and burst into tears. What's wrong? What happened? Why am I here? Why are you crying? Yi Fan frowned and asked Oda Ono. I want to bring you tea. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I pushed the door open and saw that you were already dead. Oh. Oda Ono raised her head and sobbed as she spoke. Hearing Oda Ono's words, Yi Fan understood. When Oda Ono brought him tea, his primordial spirit had left his body. Once his primordial spirit left his body stopped breathing like a dead person. She thought that she had died in the bathtub. Chapter 899. My primordial spirit wasn't in my body at that time, so of course I looked no different from a dead person. Yi Fan sat up on the bed and said to Oda Kono, Don't cry. Aren't I alive and well? Oda Kono sobbed a few times, then stopped crying. My clothes, were you the one who put them on me? Yi Fan frowned and asked Oda Kono. Oda Kono wiped her tears and nodded shyly. She thought that Yi Fan was already dead, so naturally, she couldn't let his corpse soak in the bathtub. Next time you encounter such a situation, remember not to touch me. Do you understand? Yi Fan asked Oda Kono. Oda Kono nodded and replied. What time is it now? Yi Fan asked Oda Kono as he got off the bed. It's almost noon. Oda Kono replied. Go and help me prepare some dry food and water. I'm going to go on a long trip. Yi Fan said to Oda Kono. Sir, you're leaving now? Oda Kono asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. When will you be back? Oda Kono asked. That's hard to say. Yi Fan replied. Maybe I'll be back in a day, or maybe I won't be back for several days. 2 hours later, Yi Fan and Akatsuki appeared in the sky. Yi Fan held the heavenly Luo umbrella in his hand, while Akatsuki carried the phoenix wing blade on her back, her red clothes fluttering in the wind. Baihu Zhao quietly lay in Akatsuki's arms, looking at the white clouds flying past them with interest. Since there will be divine retribution, I don't think that Nangong Ao will tell you the location of the Jijo cauldron. Under the heavenly Luo umbrella, the beautiful Akatsuki turned to look at Yi Fan and said with a frown, Gue Linglong had told me that this person has a strange temper and has a strange personality, Yi Fan said. However, anyone with a strange personality will act differently from ordinary people. I think that Nangong Ao should be no exception to this. Out of the 9 cauldrons, I have already found 8 of them. I only need 1 more. This time, I don't care what price I have to pay. I must get the exact location of the Jijo cauldron from Nangong Ao. After hearing this, Akatsuki pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The day Yi Fan found the Jizhou cauldron was the day she left Yi Fan. This was what she had promised the little Taoist boy in the Purple Sun Temple. If Yi Fan successfully obtained the Jizhou cauldron, her relationship with Yi Fan would come to an end. Thinking of this, Akatsuki suddenly became sad. Perhaps this was the last time she would spend with Yi Fan. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you talking? Yi Fan asked when he saw Akatsuki staring blankly into the distance. Nothing. I'm just wondering if you can successfully obtain the Jizhou cauldron this time. Akatsuki lied and answered Yi Fan. Let's talk about it when we get there, Yi Fan said with a dignified expression. As he spoke, he activated the auspicious clouds under his feet to the maximum and sped toward the Gobi Desert at lightning speed. 2 hours later, the two people's auspicious clouds arrived above the Gobi Desert. Below them, yellow sand was rolling and desolation was everywhere. Above the desert, there were a few yellow cities scattered like stars in the sky. It was noon in midsummer. The entire Gobi Desert was hot, as if it was being roasted by a fire. Why is this place hotter than Hualong Town? Akatsuki wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "Let's find a place to rest first, and then ask about the ghost doctor's gut-piercing skill." Yi Fan turned to look at Akatsuki and said, "Okay." Akatsuki responded. Yi Fan activated the auspicious clouds under his feet and slowly descended. After a while, the two of them landed in an inconspicuous city made of earth. Inside the city, yellow sand was rolling and the heat was overwhelming. However, although the city was small, it was extremely lively. It was lunchtime and the taverns were full of people. Men were topless, drinking from big bowls and eating meat in big mouthfuls. They were very bold and unrestrained. This place is so barren. Why is it so lively? Looking at the crowded restaurants on both sides of the street, Akatsuki asked Yi Fan in confusion. "This place looks barren, but it's not," Yi Fan explained to Akatsuki. "This place is rich in strangely shaped Gobi rocks and wild camels. In terms of wealth, this place is not inferior to the Central Plains. Moreover, this place is not all desert. Hundreds of miles away, there's a large oasis. The water and grass are fertile and cows and sheep are everywhere. It's not an exaggeration to describe this place as a paradise." "How do you know so much? Have you been here before?" After listening to Yi Fan's explanation, Akatsuki asked Yi Fan in confusion. "I haven't been here before, but my father has been here before." Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, "My father bought the high-quality jade essence stone at home from here at high price." What I just said was what I heard from my father back then. "No wonder," Akatsuki said in realization. "Come, let's go to the shop to buy some food," Yi Fan said as he walked forward. "Didn't we bring dry rations?" Akatsuki asked. "Those dry rations are reserved for backup," Yi Fan replied. "In case the cauldron is in the Gobi Desert, we will need these rations. The problem is, how are we going to buy these things?" Akatsuki frowned and asked Yi Fan. "We can't just appear out of thin air, right? They could not leave the Tian Luo umbrella at all, or else they would be discovered by Ghost Eye's Thousand Seeker. But then again, if they did not leave the Tian Luo umbrella, they would not be able to buy anything. They could not just stretch out a hand and buy food from the shop owner, right? If that was the case, wouldn't it be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Can't we buy things if we can't appear?" Yi Fan asked Akatsuki with a smile. "How we buy things?" Akatsuki asked, puzzled. "Follow me," Yi Fan smiled. "I'll teach you how to buy things." As he spoke, they arrived in front of a smoked meat shop. The smoked meat shop in front of them was called Leaf Family Smoked Meat Shop. Before the two of them even entered the shop, they could already smell the aroma of the meat, causing them to salivate. The white fox, Xiao Zhao, stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips. She lifted her head and looked at Yi Fan. "This is it." Looking at the drooling Baihu, Yi Fan said with a smile. "Come, let's go in," Yi Fan said as he led Akatsuki in. The smoked meat shop's business was booming, and it was packed to the brim. At this moment, there were more than 10 people at the counter settling the bill with the shopkeeper. The topless shop assistant held a sharp knife in his hand as he cut the large piece of smoked meat on the chopping board into small pieces and wrapped them in oil paper for sale. Which piece of meat do you want to eat? Fat or thin? Beef or mutton? Under the Tian Luo umbrella, Yifan asked Akatsuki with a smile. Any piece is fine, Akatsuki replied. Then give me a piece of each. Yifan smiled. As he spoke, he slowly walked behind the shop assistant and gently pulled out a sharp knife from the knife rack at the side. Whoosh! The sharp knife instantly disappeared from the knife rack and disappeared into thin air. At this time, business was booming in the shop, and there was a hubbub of voices. No one noticed that a knife was missing from the knife rack. What are you doing? Seeing Yifan remove the sharp knife, Akatsuki asked anxiously. Sure. Yifan smiled and raised his index finger, signaling Akatsuki to be silent. He held the umbrella in one hand and the knife in the other as he quietly walked to the kitchen behind the shop assistant. What are you doing? Akatsuki, who was following closely behind Yifan, asked in a low voice. Let's go to the kitchen and find some good smoked meat. Cut whichever piece you want. Ha ha ha, Yifan said with a smirk. You're stealing. Akatsuki lowered her voice and said anxiously. It's not like I don't want to pay. How can it be considered stealing? Yifan replied with a smile. Akatsuki was completely speechless. As the ruler of the Devil Realm, he actually ran to a smoked meat shop to steal meat. Who would believe it? Thinking of this, Akatsuki shook her head helplessly. If this guy were to act like a child, he would be no different from child. Soon, the two of them arrived at the kitchen. There was no one in the kitchen. On the wall of the stove, fans of smoked meat were neatly hung there, exuding a rich meaty aroma. Haha, great, there's no one here. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he laughed in a low voice. While laughing, he took the iron hook hanging on the wall and hooked out 2 large pieces of high-quality smoked meat, a piece of smoked beef and a piece of smoked mutton. Swish, swish. Yifan raised the knife and cut the 2 large pieces of smoked meat into 6 pieces. Then, he took oil paper from the fireplace and quickly wrapped the smoked meat. You're so skilled and experienced, you must have stolen a lot of things before, right? Devil King. Looking at Yifan's smile of success, Akatsuki stroked Baihu in her arms and teased Yifan with a smile. What's wrong with the Devil King? The Devil King also has to eat. Yifan put the wrapped 6 large pieces of smoked meat into a large paper bag and said without raising his head, If I could show up, I wouldn't have to waste so much effort. Akatsuki laughed. The meat is packed. Let's go. As Yifan spoke, he took out a golden leaf from his arms and threw it at a piece of smoked meat in the fireplace. Swish! After a flash of golden light, a golden leaf appeared on the smoked meat. Under the protection of the Tian Luo umbrella, Yifan happily hugged the stolen smoked meat and swaggered out of the Leaf family smoked meat shop. Before leaving, he even took a small jar of green bamboo leaf from the wine rack when no one was looking. You only bought a piece of smoked meat, but you made it look like you were stealing. If this matter were to spread out, your reputation as the monarch of the Devil Realm would spread far and wide. On the street, Akatsuki ate the smoked meat and did not forget to make sarcastic remarks about Yifan. You really don't pay attention, Yifan said to Akatsuki as he ate and drank. It's said that you have a soft mouth after receiving a gift. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're eating my smoked meat while making sarcastic remarks about me. You're really ungrateful. Yes. Thank you, Devil King, for the stolen, oh no, bought smoked meat, Akatsuki said to Yifan with a smile. I'll never forget your kindness. That's more like it. Yifan smiled and said, You don't say. The wine and meat that we stole, oh no, we bought, is indeed fragrant and satisfying. Devil King, where are we going next? Akatsuki asked Yifan with a smile. Which shop are we going to steal from? Chapter 900. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the two stopped in front of an inn. The inn is a 3-story high earthen building. In this small earthen city, it looks very conspicuous. Outside the inn, 4 big red lanterns are hung high. There are 4 big words written on the lanterns, Auspicious Inn. This inn looks pretty good. Let's stay here, under the heavenly Luo umbrella, Yi Fan says with a smile. I will listen to Lord Devil Monarch's instructions. Akatsuki says with a smile. Since that is the case, let's go in together. Yi Fan says with a smile and steps inside with Akatsuki. At this time, it is noon. It is the best time for the restaurant. However, for the inn, it is the worst time for the business. Auspicious Inn's shopkeeper is lying on a rocking chair beside the counter, snoring contentedly. His voice is like a loud bell. The inn's waiter is lying on a wooden table with his eyes closed and drooling. It can be seen that this inn's business is very quiet. It is now midsummer. It is the hottest season of the year. Most merchants will not choose this time to come here to buy goods. For the inn, it is naturally deserted. There are not many guests coming. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan smiles. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the chaos to steal a room key. Now, it seems that there is no need to steal the key. He could directly check in. He gives a meaningful glance to Akatsuki and steps upstairs. Akatsuki understands tacitly and walks side by side. The two people directly go to the top floor and choose a room with the word heaven written on it. In ordinary inns, the heaven room is the best room. Yi Fan is never short of money. Naturally, he will not compromise. The room is locked. It is empty at a glance. This is it, Yi Fan says. While speaking, he swings his sleeves and gently brushes the door. Buzz, the door instantly glows with red light and turns into a red light door. Let's go in. Yi Fan takes Akatsuki's hand and walks towards the light door. Swish, two people and a fox pass through the door without any obstruction. Yi Fan did not break the bronze lock outside the door. This way, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble and make it so that no one would know. After entering the room, the two of them looked around. This room was worthy of being called a heaven room. It was spacious and comfortable, and all kinds of appliances were available. Before we find Ngong Ao, we will stay here for the time being. As Yi Fan spoke, he slowly walked to the center of the room. After standing still, he began to activate the Tian Luo umbrella in his hand. Buzz, under the influence of the spiritual power, the Tian Luo umbrella shone with a dazzling green light. Whoosh, countless green lights slowly spread out from the heaven-gathering umbrella's canopy, completely covering the entire room. In the purple sun temple, the little Taoist boy had received Yi Fan's method of activating the umbrella. If this umbrella was pushed to the limit, it could block everything within a radius of 300 feet. After activating the Tian Luo umbrella, Yi Fan loosened his grip. Whoosh! The Tian Luo umbrella floated up slowly and hovered above the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was under the protection of the Tian Luo umbrella. At this moment, the two of them could move freely in the room without worrying about being discovered by Ghost Eye's Thousand Seekers' Heaven's Eye. After hovering the Tian Luo umbrella in the air, Yi Fan activated his spiritual energy and enveloped the four walls of the room. In this way, the safety of the room could be guaranteed, and the people outside would not be able to hear anything from within the room. Can we move freely now? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. Then what do we do next? Akatsuki placed Baihu on the floor and asked. Wait. Yi Fan walked to the wooden table and placed the remaining meat and wine on it. Wait. Yu Hongji sat opposite Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. She frowned and asked, Wait for what? Wait for the sky to turn dark. Yi Fan replied, Wait for the sky to turn dark? Akatsuki asked in confusion. We're only going out after the sky turns dark? Now that they had the Tian Luo umbrella, they could come and go as they pleased. Akatsuki did not understand why Yi Fan would do such a thing. Tonight, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to stay in the room. Yi Fan smiled at Akatsuki. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki was even more confused. Seeing Akatsuki's confusion, Yi Fan took a big gulp of wine and explained, I'm going to summon spirits tonight. Summon spirits? Akatsuki's eyes widened as she stuttered. That's right. Summon spirits. Yi Fan replied. Summon what spirits? Akatsuki continued to ask Yi Fan. Spirits. Yi Fan put down the wine jar and looked at Akatsuki with a smile. You're thinking of... Akatsuki vaguely guessed Yi Fan's intentions. That's right. I'm going to capture a few wandering spirits nearby and ask them about the ghost doctor's guts-piercing technique. Yi Fan spoke his thoughts. Since he was a ghost doctor, he would definitely have dealings with wandering spirits. As long as he captured a few wandering spirits, he would know after asking. That's a good idea, but... Akatsuki hesitated. But what? Yi Fan asked. You've never practiced the ghost-controlling technique, and you're not from a Taoist sect. How are you going to capture spirits? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. You're really muddle-headed. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair and put his legs on the table. He smiled and said, although I don't know the ghost-controlling technique and I'm not from a Taoist sect, don't forget that I have the yin-yang ghost seal on me. With this seal, do you think I won't be able to capture a few wandering spirits? After hearing Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki suddenly understood. He was right. With the yin-yang ghost seal, capturing a few wandering spirits would be a piece of cake. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. He looked up at the ceiling and calmly said, let's have a good sleep first and recover our energy. When the time comes, I'll use the seal to capture spirits and find out where Nangong Ao is. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Outside the window, Mingyu hung high in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. In the room, two people were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. They were silent as they waited for the arrival of the midnight hour. The white fox, Xiao Zhao, was lying quietly on the soft bed, comfortably taking a nap. Bang, 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 bang. The weather is dry. Be careful of candles. Outside the wooden window, the bell of the night watchman sounded into Yi Fan's ears. This sound reminded Yi Fan that the time had come. It's time. Under the dim candlelight, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and said, Akatsuki opened her eyes and responded. Yi Fan stood up and went straight to the window. He first removed the spirit energy barrier around the window and then pushed open the wooden window. Before he could summon spirits, he had to open an entrance for the wandering spirits. Once the wooden window was opened, the cold moonlight immediately poured into the room and illuminated the room with a green light. After opening the window, Yi Fan went back to the wooden table and sat down. With a thought, he began to activate the yin-yang ghost seal in his arms. Buzz, as Yi Fan activated the treasure seal. Countless black rays of light that were as black as ink surged out from Yi Fan's chest and snaked upwards. The black rays of light gradually condensed above Yi Fan's head and gathered like dark clouds. Huff, huff. When the black rays of light above Yi Fan's head reached 3 feet, the wind suddenly started to blow outside the window. Yi Kong, who was just a moment ago, was now shrouded in darkness. Huff, huff. In an instant, the wind blew and the sand and pebbles flew. Walala. The green silk curtain fluttered in the wind and floated up. Patter, patter. The open wooden window kept on slapping against the window frame. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Huff. On the wooden table, the candlelight, which was as small as a bean, suddenly grew 3 feet. What was even weirder was that the 3 feet flame was not orange in color, but dark green in color. On the bed, Baihu Xiao Zhao, who was taking a nap, suddenly raised its head and looked out of the window with a pair of bright eyes. Swoosh! When it saw the scene outside the window, Baihu jumped up from the bed and plunged into Akatsuki's arms. Most of the fox species had the yin-yang eyes, which allowed them to see both the yin and the yang. Xiao Zhao was born as a spirit fox, so naturally it was extraordinary. As for the scene outside the window, it could see it clearly. Akatsuki opened her beautiful eyes wide, which were full of fear. She comforted Xiao Zhao, who was frightened in her arms, and looked out of the window. Outside the window, there was nothing but yellow sand dancing wildly. She was still immortal, so naturally she could not see the otherworldly item. Huff! The dark green flame grew again and reached 6 feet high. The red candle, which was half a foot long, was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You and Xiao Zhao quickly go to the bedroom inside. Without my permission, don't come out. After seeing the scene outside, Yi Fan frowned and said to Akatsuki with a serious face. He originally wanted to use the yin-yang go seal to capture a few wandering souls, but he did not expect that there would be so many wandering souls. In the void outside, tens of thousands of wandering souls and ghosts were gathering from all directions, swarming towards this place. The yin-yang go seal was too powerful. When it was buried hundreds of feet underground, it attracted a group of ghosts, let alone Yi Fan, who took the initiative to activate it. What happened? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan in shock. Why can't I see anything? It's better if you can't see anything. Yi Fan frowned and said to Akatsuki, Go back to the room quickly. Hearing Yi Fan's serious tone, Akatsuki did not have time to think. She immediately carried Baihu into the bedroom and locked the door. She poked the window paper with her finger and carefully looked out through the hole. Huff! The green flame on the red candle had grown to 9 feet. The green light illuminated the entire room with a green light. Huff! In the midst of the rising green flame, countless wisps of black gas rushed in from the window. Huff! After the black gas entered the room, it began to circle around Yi Fan, whimpering. It was very scary. Yi Fan sat quietly on the chair, holding a jar of wine in his hand and taking a sip from it from time to time. Patter! When the red candle burned out, the green flame disappeared instantly. The copper candlestick was blown off the wooden table and fell to the ground. Chapter 901. Huff! Huff! Countless ink-like black smoke swirled around Yi Fan, greedily devouring the countless spirits released by Yi Fan from the yin-yang ghost seal. Ugh, ugh! The group of ghosts roared excitedly. The pure spirits from the yin-yang go seal had made them extremely crazy. Fire Kirin. In the darkness, Yi Fan put down the wine jar in his hand and slowly uttered 2 words. Buzz. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, countless fiery red rays of light shot out from the yin-yang go seal in Yi Fan's arms. Flames shot out in all directions, dazzling the eyes. Amidst the 10,000 rays of light, a bright red fireball the size of a palm slowly flew out from Yi Fan's chest. Roar, ah! As soon as the fireball flew out, the countless swirling black smoke instantly left Yi Fan and retreated several feet, howling in pain. They felt a powerful and domineering yang energy. Buzz, after the palm-sized fireball flew out, it instantly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a size of 30 feet. Within the red fireball, the fire Kirin with the dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, and tiger back suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! The fire Qilin let out a low roar and leaped out from the fireball, standing in front of Yi Fan. It stepped on fire, red flames wrapped around its body, and an auspicious light shrouded its body. It was incomparably majestic. The fire Kirin's appearance instantly lit up the previously dark room as bright as day. Huff! Seeing the fire Kirin's appearance, the countless swirling black smoke in the room immediately fled. The fire Kirin was a heavenly spirit beast, the king of fire. Its yang energy and spiritual power were unparalleled in the world, and it was the bane of otherworldly items. No matter how bold the ghosts were, they would not dare to provoke such a divine beast. Countless wisps of black smoke quickly gathered in one spot and escaped through the window. Fire Kirin called them back. Yi Fan immediately gave the fire Qilin, who was standing in front of him, an order when he saw the ghosts fleeing. The imposing fire Kirin slowly turned its head and glanced at Yi Fan with its huge lion eyes. Then it turned its head and looked out of the window. Roar! The fire Kirin opened its mouth and let out a deep roar at the black smoke that was escaping in all directions. Although its roar was low, it was filled with power that shook one's soul. Phew! With a roar from the fire Kirin, the tens of thousands of wisps of black smoke that had been fleeing in all directions instantly stopped in their tracks and hovered in the air. Patter, patter! the fire Kirin stepped on the flames and slowly came to the window. It looked at the black smoke floating in the void outside the window with its fiery eyes. Roar! The fire Kirin bared its fangs and narrowed its eyes, letting out a deep and deep dragon roar. It was ordering the ghosts to return the way they came. Phew! After hearing the fire Kirin's dragon roar, the tens of thousands of wisps of black smoke hovered in place for a while. Then, they turned around again and flew toward the window. Compared to before, the black smoke's speed was much slower. In front of the fire Kirin, they did not dare to act rashly. Seeing the tens of thousands of ghosts return, the fire Kirin turned around and stood beside Yifan. Yifan touched the fire Kirin's huge dragon head and smiled. Whoosh! After the black smoke flew in, it slowly landed on the ground and did not dissipate. At this moment, they did not dare to move forward, nor did they dare to retreat. If they moved forward, the fire Qilin's Yangqi would make them suffer unbearably, and even cause their souls to scatter. If they moved backward, the fire Qilin might directly unleash its might and directly scatter their primordial spirits. The fire Kirin had always had a fiery temper, and no one dared to provoke it. "All of you, show yourselves," Yifan said as he looked at the countless wisps of black smoke on the ground. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of wisps of black smoke dissipated in an instant and were replaced by a dense crowd of wandering ghosts. There were men and women, old and young, and they were surrounded by an eerie, ghostly aura and glowing green light. This time, Yifan had attracted too many ghosts, as many as tens of thousands. Other than the hundreds of ghosts standing in the room, the rest of the ghosts were all floating outside the wooden window. How could a room contain tens of thousands of ghosts? Outside the window, the void was filled with Inchi, filled with lonely souls and wild ghosts. It made one's hair stand on end and tremble in fear. After the group of ghosts appeared, they lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The person who could make the fire Kirin, an ancient spiritual beast, so obedient must be a rare master in the world. "You don't have to be afraid," Yifan said to the ghosts. "I brought you here tonight because I want to ask about someone." "Sir, who are you looking for?" An old man in blue shroud stepped out from the group of ghosts and asked Yifan respectfully. "Sir, were you a local when you were alive?" Yifan asked the old man. "Sir, when I was alive, I was indeed a local," the old man replied. "How long have you been dead?" Yifan continued to ask. 10 years, the old man replied. "If that's the case, have you heard of a ghost doctor called Guts Actor?" Yifan went straight to the point and asked the old man. "Ghost Dr. Guts Actor?" The old man frowned and asked Yifan. "The person you're looking for is him? Why, do you know this person?" Yifan's eyes lit up and asked. "Not only do I know Guts Actor, but I've also looked for him to treat my illness," the old man said to Yifan. Hearing the old man's words, Yifan was delighted. He did not expect to find Nangong Ao so easily. "Do you know where he is now?" Yifan asked the old man. 300 miles north of here, there's a city called Golden Sand City. There's a theater in the city called Lyoha Garden. Guts Actor lives there, the old man said to Yifan. "As long as you get there, you'll know." "Why? Everyone here knows that he's a ghost doctor," Yifan asked with a frown. "The living only know that he's an actor. Only the dead know that he's a ghost doctor," the old man replied. "Guts Actor, is that his stage name?" Yifan continued to ask. "You can say that," the old man said. "It's said that no one knows his real name. They only know that he has a strange temper, is a man of few words, and can sing operas vividly, as if they were there." "Does this have anything to do with his stage name?" Yifan asked the old man puzzledly. "Sir, there's something you don't know." The old man bowed towards Yifan and explained, "The reason why Mr. Piercing Guts has this nickname is not only because of his excellent singing skills, but also because he only sings sad and ghost plays." "Only sings tragedy and ghost plays?" Yifan frowned and asked the old man. "Yes," the old man replied. "When Guts Actor sings tragedy, it's sad and heartfelt, and it's mellow to the heart, making people feel heartbroken and heartbroken. That's how the name Guts Actor came about. So it's Guts Actor. Yifan suddenly understood and nodded. Does this Guts Actor have any other hobbies besides singing? Yifan asked the old man. Yes, the old man replied. Guts Actor likes to drink strong wine. The stronger the better. Does he have a family? Yifan asked again. Guts Actor is alone. He doesn't have any family, the old man replied. Yifan nodded slowly. Everything was as Gue Linglong said before. This Guts Actor was a strange person who was hard to fathom. Sir, do you have any other questions? If not, we'll take our leave first. The old man bowed to Yifan. I have nothing else to ask. Thank you, old man. Yifan raised his head to look at the old man and said, Once I'm done here, I'll burn paper money for you and all the other ghosts to express my gratitude. Thank you, sir. This old man will take his leave. As the old man spoke, he bowed to Yifan. Then he turned into a wisp of black smoke and flew out of the window. The remaining ghosts also bowed to Yifan and turned into black smoke and dissipated. As soon as the ghosts left, the wind outside the window stopped and Mingyu reappeared. Everything returned to normal. Yifan slowly walked to the window and closed the wooden window, sealing it again with spiritual power. Can I come out now? Akatsuki opened the door slightly and asked Yifan with a pale face. It's okay, you can come out now. Yifan turned around and said with a smile. Akatsuki carried Baihu and walked out of the bedroom to Yifan. Those were... Akatsuki asked Yifan. Ghosts. Yifan bent down to pick up the copper candlestick that had fallen to the ground and said. There were a lot of them, right? Akatsuki stammered. There were a lot. Yifan lit another candle on the table and said with a smile. There are so many that there wasn't enough room to stand in the room. Akatsuki swallowed a mouthful of saliva and didn't speak. How was it? Were you scared? Yifan asked Akatsuki with a smile. It's okay. Akatsuki pretended to be calm as she replied. Later I'll ask Mingyu to teach you some techniques to seek good fortune and avoid evil, as well as exorcism techniques. Then you won't have to be afraid. Yifan said with a smile. Did you find out about Nangong Ao? Akatsuki asked Yifan. What? Didn't you hear them just now? Yifan turned around and asked Akatsuki. I couldn't even see them. How could I hear them talking? Akatsuki said to Yifan. I just saw you sitting there by yourself and talking to the void. Other than that, I don't know anything. It seems that I'll have to ask Mingyu to help you open your yin-yang eye. Yifan said with a smile. He pulled over a chair and sat down, then told Akatsuki the content of his conversation with the ghost. Akatsuki listened while slowly nodding her head. She would never have thought that the famous Nangong Ao would actually live in such a remote place, and she would never have thought that he would actually become an actor. No wonder Gue Linglong said that this person's personality was strange. Now it seemed that it was true. I wonder if Yifan will be able to get the whereabouts of the Jizhou cauldron from Nangong Ao tomorrow. Akatsuki thought in her heart. This time, I'm afraid it really depends on the will of the heavens. Didn't you always want to understand the customs of the great Ming dynasty? Yifan said to Akatsuki with a smile. When the sun rises, I'll take you to the Lioha Garden and listen to the opera. Chapter 902. The next morning, high in the sky, under the heavenly Luo umbrella, Yifan and Akatsuki stepped on the auspicious clouds and flew north at lightning speed. Since Nangong Ao is as famous as Gue Linglong, his cultivation must be high. This time, you must ask him nicely and don't provoke him. Akatsuki, who was dressed in red, said to Yifan, if it really doesn't work, we can think of other ways to find the Jizhou cauldron. From Gue Linglong's words, Nangong Ao was definitely a top expert, and his cultivation was not below Gue Linglong's. Akatsuki was worried that Yifan would be eager to find the cauldron and fight with Nangong Ao. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yifan looked ahead and said. The 300 miles journey was completed in the blink of an eye, and the two soon arrived at the sky above an oasis. Under the auspicious clouds, a wide oasis appeared in front of the two. The oasis was filled with trees, grass, pine, and bamboo, and the fragrance of flowers. It was like an emerald embedded in the golden desert. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in the desert. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the oasis below, Akatsuki said with a look of surprise, "Let's go down and take a look," Yifan said and began to control the auspicious clouds to slowly descend. After a while, the two of them landed on the street. With the protection of the heavenly Luo umbrella, the two did not have to worry about others seeing them. I wonder if this place is the Golden Sand City that Wandering Soul mentioned. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, Akatsuki said, "This is the Golden Sand City." Yifan turned to look at Akatsuki and said with a smile, "How do you know?" Akatsuki asked Yifan in confusion. "Here, look." As Yifan spoke, he pointed into the distance. Akatsuki looked in the direction of Yifan's finger and suddenly understood. In the distance, a 3-story wooden building stood quietly on the side of the street. Right above the wooden door, there was a plaque with golden words. There were 4 big words written on the plaque. Golden Sand Inn. Seeing this, Akatsuki pursed her lips and smiled. "Let's go to Ryoha Garden to watch the show." Yifan smiled and walked forward with the Tian Luo umbrella. "Do you know where Lihiyuan is?" Akatsuki asked Yifan curiously as she walked side by side with Yifan. "When I was on the auspicious clouds, I had already found Ryoha Garden," Yifan said with a smile. "The theater is not far ahead. Just turn a corner and you'll be there." With his eyesight, it was simply too easy to find a place. "Isn't it a bit too early for us to go now?" Akatsuki asked Yifan. "Who would go to the theater so early in the morning? It's best if no one goes. That way, it will be easier to find people," Yifan said with a smile. Akatsuki was taken aback and nodded in realization. The two crossed the street, turned right, and stopped in front of a huge decorated archway. The decorated archway was completely built with white marble. It had an antique feel and arched eaves. It looked very exquisite and full of charm. Right above the decorated archway, there were 3 big words, Ryoha Garden. Heaven and earth, 6 directions, and 8 desolations. "This theater is really big," Akatsuki said as she looked at the exquisite decorated archway that was several dozen feet tall. "The theater plays the past and sings the present. It talks about everything under the sun, from the immortals, gods, ghosts, demons, and monsters. It talks about all kinds of things, from daily necessities to daily necessities. It's not an exaggeration to name it Luha," Yifan said with a smile. "That's true," Akatsuki said with a nod. "Let's go in," Yifan said as he walked into Ryoha Garden with Akatsuki. The gatekeeper standing at the entrance of Ryoha Garden could not see the two of them. Naturally, he was indifferent and allowed the two of them to enter and leave freely. Ryoha Garden, just like its name. This place occupied a very large area, at least 100 acres. The theater was built with limestone as the ground, glass as the walls, and white jade as the railings. It was extremely luxurious. There were artificial mountains, pavilions, waterfalls, lakes, exotic flowers, bamboo, and pine trees. It could be said to be a blessed place in the human world. "This place looks really good," Akatsuki said as she looked around. "You wouldn't say that if you had been to the demon realm," Yifan said with a smile. The demon realm was simply luxurious to the extreme. Compared to the demon realm, this place was not even worth mentioning. "What? Is the demon realm more luxurious than this place?" Akatsuki asked as she looked at Yifan with her beautiful eyes. "You can casually pluck a gem from a treasure tree in the demon realm, and you can buy several of these gardens," Yifan said with a smile as he looked at Akatsuki. Treasure tree?" Akatsuki asked in confusion. "It's the most common tree in the demon realm. It can be seen everywhere, and there are all kinds of treasures hanging on it," Yifan explained to Akatsuki. "Seen everywhere?" Akatsuki's eyes widened with incredulity. She could not imagine what kind of luxurious scene it was. "In the demon realm, even the worst places would be paved with gold," Yifan said with a smile. "Of course, they would also symbolically preserve some natural scenery, but it's very little. Gold, paved. Yu Hongji's mouth was half open as she asked in astonishment. If there's a chance next time, I'll take you to see it, Yi Fan said with a smile. Akatsuki did not say anything after hearing this. Chapter 903. Clang, 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 clang. Just as the two of them were strolling around Lyoha Garden, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from the forest in the distance. Clearly, there was a stage in the pear garden in the forest. They're starting to perform so early? After hearing the gongs and drums, Akatsuki frowned and muttered to herself. Let's go and take a look, Yi Fan said. Akatsuki nodded. The two of them turned around and walked quickly toward the depths of the forest where the sounds were coming from. After entering the forest, a huge and luxurious stage appeared in front of the two of them. The stage was octagonal in shape and was completely made of smooth and thick limestone. At each of the 8 corners of the stage, there was a huge and exquisite octagonal lantern. The lantern fluttered in the wind, and there were beautiful women painted on it. It was obvious that it was the work of a famous artist. Over 100 musicians dressed in luxurious clothes sat on both sides of the stage. They were the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities and playing the instruments in their hands to the fullest. With over 100 musicians playing together, it was natural for Buffon to be imposing. The music was melodious, the sound of zither and zither, the sound of gongs and drums, and the sound of 8 notes at the same time. On the stage, there was a martial performance. A few generals with banners on their backs were fighting, and it was hard to tell who would win. When Yi Fan saw this, he couldn't help but gasp. Most of the weapons used by a normal theatrical troupe were made of wood. But on the stage, the weapons in the hands of the generals were all real weapons with blades. In addition, their footwork was not like the gentle movements of ordinary performers. Their footwork was light, and their bodies were strong. What made Yi Fan feel even more incredulous was that the moves of these generals were not acting at all. It was a real battle. The shadows of swords and blades could be seen everywhere. The generals were fighting back and forth, and it was hard to tell who would win. It wasn't hard to tell that these generals were all top-notch experts in the martial world. Their movements were as graceful as the wind, and their attacks were as fast as lightning. A luxurious stage, top-notch musicians, gorgeous costumes, and exciting battles. This Lyoha Garden was indeed different from the rest. Yi Fan was secretly shocked. Akatsuki was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She had watched plays in theaters before, but she had never seen such an exciting play that was so close to real battle. Using martial arts experts to act in a martial arts play. This Lyoha Garden is really not simple, Yi Fan said. To be able to have such an expert come here to put on a show, the master of the Lyoha Garden is most definitely not an ordinary person, Yu Hongji said. I'm not interested in who the yard master is, Yi Fan said. I'm only interested in Nangong AO. This Lyoha Garden is so big, there must be more than one stage. How can we find Nangong AO? Yu Hongji turned around and asked Yi Fan. Gue Linglong said before that Nangong AO only sings sad dramas. He definitely won't act in a martial drama like this. Yi Fan told Yu Hongji, let's go to other dramas. Lyoha Garden. Akatsuki nodded. As long as they found the martial arts play, they would not be far from finding Lyoha Garden. The two of them traveled through Lyoha Garden again. Everything was as Akatsuki Garden had said. There were many stages in Lyoha Garden, at least 100 of them. Among the 100 stages, half of them were martial arts plays. Among all the martial arts plays, there was not a single martial arts play. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned. Chapter 904. There's so many stages, but there isn't a single tragedy. Akatsuki frowned when she saw that her efforts were in vain. Yi Fan frowned and did not speak. Could he be hiding from us? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Probably not. Yi Fan frowned and said, other than the two of us, only Gue Linglong knows about this, so the news definitely won't be leaked. Moreover, we have the Tian Luo umbrella covering us, so we can hide our presence and spirit. Unless Nangong Ao is like Ming Yu and has cultivated the all-seeing divine vision, he won't be able to sense us. Then why can't we find Nangong Ao? Akatsuki asked. Maybe it's not his turn yet. Yifan guessed. Then what should we do? Wait here? Akatsuki continued to ask. Waiting isn't a solution. Let's find someone to ask. Yifan pondered for a moment and said, Find someone to ask? Wouldn't that expose us? Yifan's words puzzled Akatsuki. Wouldn't it be fine if the person we're going to ask is also covered under the Tian Luo umbrella? Yifan smiled. That's a good idea. Akatsuki was enlightened. Let's go. Let's find someone to ask. Yifan said and pressed on Akatsuki's shoulder. Then, with a thought, he activated his movement technique. Whoosh! The two of them disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind a waiter on the tree-lined road. The waiter was wearing a luxurious robe and was carrying a tray. He was walking toward the stage in the depths of the forest. The tray was filled with wine and refreshments. It was obvious that he was the waiter in charge of the wine and refreshments. When they arrived behind the waiter, Yifan activated his spiritual power and activated the Tian Luo umbrella in his hand. Buzz, the green light spread out from the Tian Luo umbrella once again, and it spread out more than 5 feet. In order to not arouse suspicion, the moment Yifan activated the Tian Luo umbrella, he also used the heavenly demon's power to conceal the Tian Luo umbrella's green light. He also cast a spell to cover the transparent cover of the Tian Luo umbrella, making it look no different from an ordinary bamboo umbrella. Not only did he cast a spell to cover the heavenly Luo umbrella, but he also used his spiritual energy to cover Akatsuki and Baihu Xiao Zhao, who was in his arms. Akatsuki and Baihu Xiao Zhao were too eye-catching. For the sake of safety, Yifan had to be careful at all times. Apart from that, he also changed his appearance to that of a suave and elegant rich young master. As the saying went, it was better to be safe than sorry. There was no harm in taking more precautions. Whoosh! The heavenly Luo umbrella emitted a green brilliance that instantly enveloped the waiter who was walking in front. Little brother, please wait a moment. After preparing everything, Yifan called out to the waiter. Hearing someone call out to him from behind, the well-dressed waiter who was carrying the refreshments immediately stopped and turned around. Seeing Yifan in front of him, exuding an air of nobility and suaveness, the waiter did not dare to slight him and asked respectfully, Young master, you called for me? I want to ask you about a person, Yifan said. As he spoke, he took out a small stack of golden leaves and placed it on the waiter's tray. As the saying went, money could make the world go round. Yifan's stack of golden leaves was worth more than 3,000 taels of silver. It was enough to make the waiter tell him everything he knew. Young master, you are too polite. Just tell me who you want to ask about. If I know, I will tell you the truth. Seeing Yifan's generosity, the waiter's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, even if he worked in Lioha Garden for the rest of his life, he would not be able to earn so much money. What I want to ask about is a famous actor in Lioha Garden, Yifan said with a smile. Young master, everyone in Lioha Garden is famous. Even the ordinary martial arts students are top experts from the martial arts world. Who is the famous actor that you want to ask about? The waiter asked Yifan respectfully. I heard that there's a person in Lioha Garden who is so good at acting. When he sings a sad play, it is as if he is actually there. Is that true? Yifan went straight to the point and asked the waiter. Oh, so you're talking about him, the shop assistant said, as if relieved of a burden. So, there is such a person? Yifan asked the waiter. We do have such a person in Lioha Garden who is good at acting and sings sad plays, the waiter replied. Where is he now? Yifan asked the waiter. I have walked all over Lioha Garden, but have not seen this person on stage. There is something that you do not know. The waiter put the tray on the stone steps and said to Yifan, this person is unparalleled when he sings sad plays, but no one watches. Why is that? Yifan asked. Because he sings so well, explained the waiter, and when he sings a tragedy, the spectators are all grief-stricken, and some of them even wail, beat their chests and stamp their feet, and pierce their guts. Hence the name. Think about it. Who would be willing to watch under these circumstances? Who would dare to watch? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for themselves? That is true. Yi Fan nodded and said. The waiter was right. Watching a play was about being in a good mood and being refreshed. No one was willing to come just to cry and be heartbroken. It was no wonder that Lioha Garden did not arrange for this person to perform. That's right, the waiter said. This lowly one once had the honor of hearing Mr. Sad play sing. He sang a famous play from the Yuan dynasty, Do, Ease and Justice. Mr. Sad play sang so sadly. This lowly one only listened to a few lines and was already crying. At the end of the show, all the guests were helped out. At first glance, one would think that someone was holding a funeral. I didn't expect this person to be so good at singing, Yi Fan said with a frown. That's right, the waiter agreed. In that case, this Lioha Garden does not arrange for him to sing. Yi Fan continued to ask the waiter. Not to that extent, said the waiter. When there is a funeral in some rich families, they will come here and order a few scenes of Mr. Gut Piercing to relieve their grief. That way, the guests will have to book the whole place and make more money. So it is like that. No wonder. Yi Fan nodded and said, Young master, from your accent, you don't seem to be a local. The waiter asked Yi Fan, You didn't come to Lioha Garden just to listen to Mr. Sad play, right? I came here to buy a batch of gobi stone. I accidentally heard people talking about Lioha Garden's Mr. Sad play. I was curious, so I came here to take a look, Yi Fan said to the waiter. Unfortunately, I can't see it today. Why? Does young master want to see Mr. Sad play? The waiter asked Yi Fan. That's what I was thinking, Yi Fan said. If young master really wants to see Mr. Sad play, this lowly one can tell young master where Mr. Sad play lives, but, the waiter said with a troubled expression. But what? Yi Fan asked. But Mr. Sad play has a strange temperament and likes to be alone. I'm afraid that young master will not be able to see him and will instead be chased out by him. The waiter frowned and looked at Yi Fan as he explained. This is not a precaution, Yi Fan said to the waiter with a smile. You just need to tell me where Mr. Sad play lives. I will arrange the rest. This? Okay. The waiter hesitated for a moment and said, In the southeast corner of Lioha Garden, there is a dense forest. In the dense forest, there is a half-moon-shaped lake. There is a small wooden house on the shore of the lake. Mr. Sad play lives in that small wooden house. When young master goes there, take this with you. If Mr. Sad play is in a good mood, he may be able to talk to young master. As the waiter spoke, he took a small porcelain jar of wine from the tray and handed it to Yi Fan. High-grade new or Hong? Yi Fan took the wine jar and looked up to ask the waiter. Mr. Sad play is not good at anything else, but this wine is good. The stronger, the better. The waiter explained to Yi Fan, when young master sees Mr. Sad play, you can offer him the strong wine first. This way, even if Mr. Sad play is in a bad mood, he will not hurt young master. Hurt me? Yi Fan frowned and asked, Why? He will hit people. He doesn't just know how to beat people up. The servant looked around and whispered to Yi Fan, Sir, I won't hide this from you. Don't think that Master Chuanchong is someone who sings sad plays. He is an unfathomable expert in the martial arts world. There are many experts in Lioha Garden, but no one has ever dared to disrespect Master Chuanchong. Even our garden master is respectful and courteous when she sees him. To tell you the truth, once someone brought several Wuling masters to find trouble with Mr. Chuanchong, forcing him to leave Lioha Garden and find another way to make a living. But in the end, Mr. Chuanchong kicked him into the lake, and more than half of his ribs were broken. Since then, no one has dared to find trouble with Mr. Sad play. When you visit him this time, you must be respectful and do not provoke him. Otherwise, you will be the one at a disadvantage. After Yi Fan heard this, he thought for a while and nodded slowly. The waiter's words were exactly the same as what Gue Linglong had said. I will remember what you said. However, I do not want a third person to know about what happened today. Do you understand what I mean? As Yi Fan spoke, he took out a stack of golden leaves and handed it to the waiter. I understand. The waiter took the stack of golden leaves from Yi Fan in fear and trepidation and said hurriedly, Don't worry. Even if I die, I will not tell anyone about what happened today. I hope you mean what you say. Yi Fan smiled and withdrew the green glow from the Tian Luo umbrella. Whoosh! As soon as the green glow disappeared, Yi Fan's figure disappeared into thin air in front of the waiter. Yi Fan's move was a warning to the waiter not to spread the news. Otherwise, he could easily take his life. Oh my God! Seeing Yi Fan disappear into thin air, the waiter cried out and fell to the ground. His face turned pale, and he muttered ba, almost wetting his pants. It was the first time he had seen such a strange thing in his life. In his opinion, he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Shall we go and find Nangong Ao now? Under the Tian Luo umbrella, Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Chapter 905. After 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at the dense forest in the southeast corner of Lioha Garden. The dense forest was winding and secluded, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, making one feel relaxed and happy. Everything was as the waiter had said. There was a moderately sized crescent-shaped lake. The lake was clear and translucent, sparkling under the sunlight. Countless koi fish swam about nimbly. On the shore of the lake, a small wooden hut came into view. The wooden hut was not big, but its design was exquisite with an ancient style. Around the wooden hut, there were green bamboos, forming a natural fence. Looks like this is where Nangong Ao lives, Akatsuki said. The person inside must be Nangong Ao, Yi Fan said. He had already sensed the person inside the wooden hut. Should we go in now? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. I'll go alone. You wait here, Yi Fan said. As he said that, he activated the Tian Luo umbrella in his hand again. Buzz, under Yi Fan's control, the Tian Luo umbrella shone brightly and expanded rapidly. As he activated the umbrella, Yi Fan let go of his hand. Swoosh! The Tian Luo umbrella seemed to have a mind of its own. It slowly flew into the air and hung there. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Tian Luo umbrella shone with a green brilliance, covering an area of 300 feet around the wooden hut. You want to go alone? Akatsuki frowned and asked Yi Fan. Nangong Ao has a weird temper, and his cultivation is heaven-defying. If you go with me, I'm afraid I'll fight with him if we don't get along well. Yi Fan turned to look at Akatsuki and said, You'd better stay here and help me look after Xiao Zhao and the Tian Luo umbrella. Don't let anyone enter this place by mistake. Yi Fan's consideration was not without basis. This Nangong Ao's cultivation was not below Gue Linglong's. In addition, he had an eccentric personality. If he was really provoked, both sides would definitely fight. Although Akatsuki already had the spiritual power that he passed on to her, compared to an expert like Nangong Ao, it was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Going alone was the safest way. Then be careful. Akatsuki warned Yi Fan with a worried expression. Don't worry, I know what to do, Yi Fan replied. As he spoke, he walked towards the small wooden hut more than 100 feet away. Phew! When Yi Fan was less than 90 feet away from the wooden hut, a gust of wind blew through the air. Whoosh! Yi Fan's 8 treasure jadeite embroidered robe fluttered in the air. What was strange was that this gust of wind only lingered within 90 feet of the wooden hut. Beyond 90 feet, there was not even the slightest bit of wind. Yi Fan creased his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. If he guessed correctly, this place should be set up with a spirit array. Swoosh! 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 Just as Yi Fan was deep in thought, dozens of green bamboo leaves shot out from the bamboo forest in front of him and headed straight for Yi Fan. The bamboo leaves were green and straight, surrounded by purple light. They were as sharp as arrows and as sharp as knives. Swoosh! The bamboo leaf knife array was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yi Fan. The distance between them was less than 3 feet. Looking at this situation, Yi Fan creased his eyebrows. Apparently, his earlier guess was right. Within 90 feet of the wooden hut, Nangong Ao had set up a spirit array. Swoosh! Thinking of this, Yifan immediately raised his right hand and waved his sleeve towards the bamboo leaf knife array that was shooting towards him. Phew! A strong gust of wind came out from Yifan's sleeve and blew towards the bamboo leaf knife array. Whoosh! After being blown by Yifan's gust of wind, the dozens of bamboo leaves that were as sharp as knives were instantly stripped of their strength and scattered at Yifan's feet. However, this was just the beginning. After the bamboo leaf knife array was easily broken by Yifan, the second wave of attack came. Whoosh! The wind blew fiercely and the bamboo forest shook violently. Countless bamboo leaves poured down from the top of the bamboo forest. Whoosh! As the tens of thousands of bamboo leaves fell, they were suspended in the air, and the tips of the leaves were all aimed at Yifan. Whoosh! 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 After aiming at Yifan, the tens of thousands of bamboo leaves flashed with purple light and shot towards him like a rainstorm. This time, the speed of the bamboo leaf knife array was several times faster than before. Behind all the bamboo leaves, there was a purple light that was more than a foot long. The purple light that filled the sky swept towards Yifan in an earth-shattering manner. Seeing that his opponent was using the same trick again, Yifan smiled slightly. He closed his eyes and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This time, he simply didn't dodge and didn't even use a trace of spiritual power. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of bamboo blades arrived instantly. In an instant, the tens of thousands of purple light engulfed Yifan. Yifan, seeing that Yifan didn't dodge and didn't set up a spiritual shield to defend himself, Akatsuki immediately shouted anxiously. In Akatsuki's anxious shout, the tens of thousands of bamboo blades that were as sharp as knives and surrounded by purple light instantly hit Yifan's body. Ding, ding, ding. Along with the continuous crisp sound, the tens of thousands of bamboo blades that hit Yifan's body fell to the ground instantly. Yifan's current physical body was no longer the physical body that the seven-colored spirit phoenix had created for him. During the battle with Gui Linglong, the spirit phoenix and the moon phoenix had worked together to create a new physical body for him. The spirit phoenix and the moon phoenix, one yin and one yang, and both had the power of the heavenly tribulation. The strength of the physical body created by the two of them was imaginable. Even the heavenly thunder and purple lightning couldn't do anything to his physical body. What could a mere bamboo blade array do to him? Seeing that Yifan was safe and sound, Akatsuki was shocked. She didn't expect Yifan's physical body to be so unimaginably strong. The opponent's bamboo blade array wasn't as simple as just tyrannical strength. On top of the blade array, there was also a domineering purple spiritual power. To be able to turn the soft and boneless bamboo blades into such domineering and shocking bamboo blades. The opponent's ability to set up the array was clearly extraordinary. However, such a powerful killing move was actually casually dealt with by Yifan as if it was nothing. Ever since Yifan cultivated the third stage of the proud moon heavenly scripture, the increase in his cultivation was no longer as simple as doubling. This principle was easy to understand. The power that burst forth from the combination of two hands was far more than the power of two hands combined. Outside the fence, Yifan slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. The reason why he did that was not to show off his strength, but to tell the opponent not to use this kind of small trick to stop him. It was completely useless. After this wave of attack, Yifan's feet were covered with a thick layer of bamboo leaves. The corner of his mouth curved, and he was ready to move forward again. Hua! Just as Yifan raised his leg, the countless bamboo leaves surrounding him instantly stood up from the ground. The tips of the leaves were all pointing towards Yifan. Buzz, the moment they stood up, all the bamboo leaves were instantly wrapped in a layer of dazzling white light. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the white light appeared, the countless bamboo leaves suddenly turned into crystal-clear frost bamboo leaves, and cold smoke came out. Seeing this, Yifan's pupils instantly shrank, and he turned pale with fright. Cold Chi. It was Cold Chi. This Nangong Ao actually also knew Cold Chi, Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the instant that Yi Fan was shocked, all the frost bamboo leaves instantly rose from the ground and shot towards Yi Fan. Cold light dots, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, instantly engulfed Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan did not dare to be negligent, because the strength of the other party's cold chi cultivation was almost on par with his. In a flash, Yi Fan's mind moved, and the spirit energy in his chi si suddenly came out of his body. Bang, 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 bang. Following countless explosive sounds, all the frost bamboo leaves burst open in an instant, turning into countless ice shards. The sky was filled with cold smoke and fell down like a rain of ice. In the cold smoke, Yi Fan continued to move forward. Hua! Yi Fan had just taken 3 steps when a half-moon-shaped lake not far away from him suddenly made a strange sound. Yi Fan frowned and turned his head to look. He saw that the calm and clear lake water suddenly started to swirl, forming an incomparably huge whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, the lake water was boiling like a boiling pot. Yi Fan stopped and walked slowly to the lakeside. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. He wanted to see what other tricks the other party was going to use. Shwa! Just as Yi Fan was about to stop and watch, a resplendent white light flew out from the wooden house. The white light was dazzling and cold chi rose. Shwa! After the white light flew out, it rushed straight into the whirlpool in the center of the lake water. Crack, crack, crack. Following a series of crisp sounds, the center of the whirlpool instantly froze, and cold chi surged. With the whirlpool as the center, the cold chi spread out rapidly on the lake surface. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the cold chi passed, the lake's surface instantly turned into ice. In the blink of an eye, the clear lake water turned into a lake of ice with cold smoke. What was this for? Could it be that the other party wanted to use the ice in the lake to attack him? On the lakeside, Yi Fan looked at the crystal clear ice surface with cold smoke and wondered. Roar! Just as Yi Fan was feeling puzzled, a low and deep dragon's roar sounded from the bottom of the lake. After hearing this dragon's roar, Yi Fan's expression changed. Could it be that there was a real dragon living in this lake? Yi Fan was shocked. Dozens of feet away, Akatsuki was also frightened by this dragon's roar, and her face turned pale. Baihu Xiao Zhao, who was lying in her arms, turned its head and plunged into Akatsuki's arms. The dragon's roar was majestic and overbearing. As Baihu, it was naturally frightened and frightened. Yi Fan. Akatsuki's face was pale as she shouted Yi Fan's name. Her voice was filled with fear. Although she was a top expert, she was after all a human. Since young, she had only heard of dragons and seen dragons in pictures, but she had never seen a real dragon. Now that she heard the dragon's roar with her own ears, of course she would feel scared. The difference in strength between a human and a dragon was not just a little bit. Swoosh! Yi Fan used his movement skill and disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Akatsuki in an instant. He shielded Akatsuki behind him and looked at the center of the lake with a serious face. Crack! Crack! On the ice surface in the middle of the lake, a huge crack was gradually spreading. Crack! Crack! Chapter 906. The dragon horn was simple and unadorned. It was crystal clear and surrounded by spiritual energy. Cold air rose. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan's pupils constricted instantly. This was actually a frost dragon. Bang, bang, bang. As the dragon horn slowly rose from the surface of the ice, the thick layer of ice on the surface of the lake instantly burst open and splattered in all directions. Roar! Following a soul-shaking dragon roar, a huge frost dragon with flashing silver light and surrounded by cold air broke out from the bottom of the lake and soared into the sky. A cold light flashed and dazzled the eyes. Boom! As the frost dragon charged up, countless ice shards and cold fog were brought up by the frost dragon and went straight into the air. The strength of its aura could be said to be earth-shattering. Whoosh! In an instant, the sky was filled with ice shards and fell down, as if it was raining ice. Yifan raised his head and looked up to the sky. In the air, a huge frost dragon that was more than 100 feet long flew and danced, raising its head and swinging its tail. The frost dragon was wrapped in auspicious air, and cold air accompanied it. Its dragon scale shone with a cold light, and its dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind. It was like an ice sculpture. The moment the frost dragon appeared, the air instantly became extremely cold. Crack, crack, crack. Within 300 feet of the wooden house, all the flowers and trees were instantly covered in ice and crystal clear. In an instant, this place became a world of ice and snow. Roar! The frost dragon circled in the air and let out a series of dragon roars. Its dragon body coiled and floated in the air, using a pair of huge silver dragon eyes to stare at Yifan below. Roar! While staring at Yifan, the frost dragon bared its sharp dragon teeth and let out an extremely low dragon roar. Clearly, it was filled with hostility towards Yifan. What an extraordinary frost dragon! Looking at the frost dragon in front of him, Yifan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this Nangong Ao was indeed powerful to be able to summon such a spirit beast. Yifan. Behind Yifan, the pale-faced Akatsuki held tightly onto Yifan's arm and cried out involuntarily. She was already suffocated by Han Long's heaven-shaking aura and tyrannical spiritual pressure. Don't worry, I'm here. Yifan gently patted Akatsuki's hand and comforted her. While comforting Akatsuki, Yifan activated the spiritual energy in his dantian. Buzz, a semicircular seven-colored light barrier, appeared out of thin air and enveloped the two of them. The rainbow light barrier was a protective barrier that Yifan created using the Shintian secret essence's pure yang spirit chi. It was specifically used to protect Yu Hong Ji and the white fox Xiao Zhao. With the appearance of the spirit chi barrier, the intimidating pressure brought about by the frost dragon immediately disappeared. Yifan stared at the ice dragon and said to Akatsuki, "You and Xiao Zhao stay in this spirit chi barrier. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to meet this spirit creature. You have to be careful." Within the rainbow light shield, Akatsuki warned Yifan with a worried expression. Yifan nodded and stepped out. As he passed through the rainbow light shield and slowly walked toward Han Long. Han Long narrowed its eyes, and its huge dragon neck began to shrink back gradually. It was accumulating energy and waiting to strike. Yifan thought to himself. As he thought, he activated his five senses and was on high alert. When he was less than 3 feet away from Han Long, Yifan stopped in his tracks. He stared expressionlessly at the ice dragon in the air, not even blinking. "Ice Abyss, kill him." Just as both sides were about to draw their swords, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from the wooden house not far away. The man's voice was calm and cold, just like ice. It was Nangong Ao. After hearing this voice, Yifan frowned. He didn't think that Nangong Ao would want to take his life. One had to know that the two of them had not met before and had no enmity with each other. Under such circumstances, he actually wanted to kill him. This Nangong Ao's strange temper was indeed worthy of his reputation. Roar! After receiving Nangong Ao's order to kill, Han Long, who was entrenched in the air, began to move. It quickly retracted its gigantic dragon neck and lowered its head. Then, it abruptly extended its head towards Yifan and opened its mouth wide. Whoosh! A gigantic pillar of cold energy shot out from the frost dragon's mouth and headed straight for Yifan, who was on the ground. The beam of cold air was 3 feet thick and dazzling. The cold air billowed and was powerful and domineering. Its momentum was astonishing. Akatsuki, who was several feet away, saw this situation and immediately clenched her fists. She was worried for Yifan. Yifan's cultivation was indeed powerful, but this time his opponent was a dragon. A real dragon. Moreover, it was a frost dragon. Compared to the strange dragon he had subdued in the East Sea, This frost dragon's strength and spiritual energy were 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the strange dragon. However, Akatsuki was wrong. Yifan's control of the cold air had already reached the realm of perfection. One had to know that he had the Frost Dragon Sword since he was 18 years old. The Frost Dragon Sword was the supreme cold and was unparalleled in the world, since he could withstand the overbearing cold air of the unsealed Frost Dragon. He could naturally deal with all kinds of cold air techniques easily. Seeing the incoming cold air, Yifan, who was standing on the ground and looking up at the sky, smiled and raised his right hand directly toward the incoming beam of cold air. Boom! In an instant, the 3 feet thick beam of cold air hit Yifan's right palm. The huge impact caused Yifan's head of silver hair to be blown up high into the air, straight into the sky. The 8 treasure jadeite embroidered robe on his body also fluttered in the wind. If it were anyone else, they would have been frozen into ice by the frost dragon's overbearing cold air. Even if they could withstand the cold air, their bodies would be shattered by the powerful impact of the beam of cold air and turned into minced meat. However, Yifan was not just anyone. In terms of controlling the cold air, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Sizzle. The moment the beam of cold air hit Yifan's palm, it instantly turned into countless silver lightning bolts. They flowed through Yifan's palm and arm and directly entered Yifan's body. Yifan didn't block the cold energy. Instead, he used it for himself and absorbed it into the ice core in his body. In this way, his opponent's attack missed and even gained new power. Why not? Because after being nourished by the frost dragon's cold air, the frost core floating in Yifan's sea of vital energy suddenly shone brightly and buzzed. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the overbearing beam of cold air turned invisible. In mid-air, the ice dragon, which was radiating silver light, tilted its gigantic head to one side. Its dragon eyes were wide open as it stared straight at Yifan. It did not understand why its cold air suddenly disappeared. On the ground, Yifan put down his right hand and looked at the frost dragon with a smile. The overbearing cold air released by the frost dragon was indeed very pure. The frost core's cold air had reached a new level. Seeing that Yifan was unharmed and smiling at it, the frost dragon in midair suddenly became angry. It stretched out its gigantic dragon body, which had been entrenched in one spot. Then it lowered its head and plunged downwards, heading straight for Yifan. Roar! As it charged down, the frost dragon opened its huge mouth and revealed its huge dragon teeth shining with silver light. Since the cold air could not hurt Yifan, it might as well go all out and swallow Yifan. Whoosh! Before the frost dragon arrived, the strong wind arrived first. On the ground, cold smoke danced, and the cold air was eerie. Yifan's robes and silver hair fluttered in the wind. Seeing that the frost dragon wanted to swallow him, Yifan squinted his eyes and smiled. With a thought, he activated his spiritual energy and used his ultimate movement skill. Swoosh! Yifan instantly turned into a dazzling ray of 7-colored starlight. He rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Bang! On the ground below his feet, a huge pit of 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep appeared. The power of Yifan's stomp was evident. Swoosh! The rainbow star was like light and lightning as it shot up towards the frost dragon, descending from the sky. This time, he activated the power of the spirit phoenix in the Shantian essence. The frost dragon's spiritual energy was of extreme yin and extreme cold, while the spirit phoenix's spiritual energy was of extreme yang and extreme yang. Using extreme yang spiritual energy to deal with extreme yin and extreme yang spiritual energy was the most suitable. Roar! Seeing that Yifan turned into a star and charged towards it, the giant frost dragon let out a roar. Competing with it in terms of brute force, this silver-haired boy in front of it was simply like an ant trying to shake a tree. Thinking up to here, the frost dragon lowered its head and aimed its huge and sharp dragon horns at Yi Fan and whistled down. However, the frost dragon thought too simply of Yi Fan. The magnitude of power was not just based on the size of the body. Before Yi Fan cultivated the third realm of the proud moon heavenly scripture, he could already withstand the impact of the flame meteor. Now that he had obtained the moon phoenix spiritual energy of the proud moon heavenly scripture, his strength was already incomparable to before. The frost dragon's downward momentum was indeed powerful, but compared to the impact of the flame meteor, it was not on the same level at all. This time, the frost dragon greatly underestimated Yi Fan's strength. On one side was the monarch of the devil world, dazzling with 7 colors. On the other side was the overbearing frost dragon, shining with silver light. Both sides, one man and one dragon, one above and one below, charged. In a blink of an eye, the distance between the two was less than 10 feet. Swoosh! Just as the distance between the two was rapidly closing, Yi Fan's dazzling rainbow light suddenly disappeared into thin air, without a trace. The scene in front of the frost dragon made its eyes wide open. Where did that silver-haired boy suddenly disappear? The frost dragon did not know what had happened. Swoosh! Just as the frost dragon was puzzled, Yi Fan's figure suddenly appeared under the frost dragon's neck. Yi Fan's reappearance shocked the frost dragon. This boy did not disappear at all, but his movement technique was too fast. His movement technique was so fast that even the frost dragon's eyesight could not keep up. Just as Han Long was in a state of shock, Yi Fan raised both of his arms up high and pushed both of his palms towards Han Long's chin. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and silver light splashed everywhere. Whoosh! The frost dragon's head shook, and its huge dragon body was sent flying into the air by Yi Fan's move. It only felt dizzy and disoriented, seeing stars, its head humming. Yi Fan smiled slightly and slowly landed on the ground. Whoosh! In midair, the frost dragon stabilized its huge dragon body. Chapter 907. Han Long's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. As it stared at Yi Fan, it slowly coiled up its huge body and floated in the air like an ice mountain. Roar! Han Long let out a low roar. The dragon's roar was deep and powerful. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned. At this moment, the killing intent that Han Long exuded was several times stronger than before. If he guessed correctly, this guy was going to get serious. Buzz! Just as Yi Fan was deep in thought, Han Long's huge dragon eyes suddenly shone with a silver light. It was extremely brilliant. The light was so intense that even Yi Fan, who was standing on the ground, could not help but narrow his eyes. Buzz! As Han Long's eyes shone with a silver light, its huge dragon body shone with a dazzling silver light. In an instant, the temperature in the air dropped sharply and became bone-chilling cold. Crack, 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 crack. In the air, thousands of icicles appeared out of thin air. The icicles were 3 feet long and had cold smoke rising from them. They were sharp and crystal clear. Thousands of icicles surrounded Han Long and floated in the air. The tip of the icicles was pointed at Yi Fan. What a strong frost energy! On the ground, Yi Fan's eyes were wide open, and he was shocked. He didn't expect that the frost dragon's frost chi cultivation would be so powerful that it could condense such an imposing frost array in an instant. Yi Fan was an expert in using frost energy. Naturally, he could tell that these icicles were not ordinary. From the overbearing frost energy emitted by these thousands of icicles, he could tell that they were harder than stainless steel. Even if it was a 1-foot-thick steel shield, it would still be easily penetrated by the ice cones condensed by the frost dragon. It seemed that this time, he had to deal with it seriously. Yi Fan thought to himself. At the thought of this, Yi Fan channeled the frost inner core within his body with a single thought. In the past, when Yi Fan used the ice core, he would directly transfer the cold energy from the ice core for his own use. However, this time, Yi Fan had used the proud moon heavenly memorial's spiritual energy for the first time. He had directly used it to activate the ice core in his chi sea. The proud moon heavenly scripture was the spiritual energy of the moon. It was extremely soft and een. The frigid ice inner core was cold and domineering. It was also a een and cold item. Using the extreme een spiritual power to activate the extreme een cold core, one could imagine how strong the cold energy would be. Buzz Yifan was furious. Instantly, a white light erupted from his body, and the silver light shone brightly. Tung! Silver flames soared into the sky, towering like a mountain. Hanlong's cold chi was indeed tyrannical, but his own cold chi was not to be trifled with either. He wanted to see just what level of cultivation his frost chi had reached without using the frost dragon sword. The moment Yifan released his frost chi, the ground was instantly covered in a 3-foot thick fog. It was like a sea of clouds. Crack, 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 crack. A 3-foot thick transparent ice shell gradually spread out from under Yifan's feet, continuously expanding. When it came into contact with Akatsuki's 7-colored light barrier, the ice shell seemed to have a mind of its own and moved around, avoiding the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground under the Heaven Luo umbrella was completely covered by the thick ice shell. Within the 7-colored light barrier, Akatsuki reached out to press on the 7-colored light barrier. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she was flabbergasted. She only knew that Yifan's frost dragon sword was able to release an unparalleled and domineering cold chi. She never expected that Yifan's cold chi cultivation would also be so imposing. Without using the frost dragon sword, he was actually able to release an extremely strong cold chi that was not inferior to the frost dragon sword. This man's cultivation was truly unfathomable. Akatsuki thought in her heart. Within the silver flames, Yifan slowly raised his head and looked at the frost dragon in the sky. His gaze was cold and his expression was calm. His silver hair swayed high, and his robes fluttered in the wind. While looking at the frost dragon, Yifan flipped his right palm and slowly raised it toward the sky. Bang! 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 As Yifan slowly raised his hand, countless crystal clear and as sharp ice cones broke out from the thick ice shell on the ground. The ice cones were over 3 feet long and were surrounded by silver light and cold chi. Thousands of ice cones broke through the ice at the same time. It was a magnificent scene. Amidst the ice shards that filled the air, thousands of ice cones that flashed with a cold light slowly hovered around Yifan. Their tips were pointed directly at the ice dragon in midair. He had also set up an ice formation, and its power was not inferior to the frost dragon's. In the sky, the frost dragon narrowed its eyes. Where did this silver-haired brat come from? He could actually set up an ice formation. The frost dragon could not understand. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a man's surprised voice came from the wooden house. Apparently, he was also shocked by Yifan's ice formation. Within the flames, Yifan coldly glanced at the wooden house and then looked up at the sky again. He knew in his heart that without subduing the ice dragon, he would not be able to enter the wooden hut. Roar! In the sky, the frost dragon suddenly let out a violent roar. Yifan's great ice formation made it angry out of humiliation. As the frost dragon, it would be too embarrassing if it could not defeat this silver-haired brat's cold chi. At the thought of this, the frost dragon released all the ice cones that were floating around it. Swoosh! 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 Thousands of ice cones that glowed with a silver light fell like rain and shot towards Yifan, who was below. Seeing that the frost dragon was about to attack, Yifan, who was in the flames, did not back down. He swung his right arm and waved his robe. Swoosh! 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 The thousands of ice cones surrounding him instantly shot up into the sky. Straight into the sky. Both sides were using cold chi, and they were both using the great ice array. For a moment, the silver light was like rain, connecting heaven and earth. The burst of silver light illuminated the heaven and earth in a white light, which was extremely beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the two camps clashed in close quarters. A deafening explosion rang out one after another. In the sky, the silver light splashed, and ice shards flew everywhere. Countless amounts of cold mist surged and exploded. Between heaven and earth, it instantly became foggy. Bang, bang, bang. Several ice cones rushed out of the cold mist and landed on Akatsuki's rainbow spirit shield. The ice cones shattered instantly and turned into ice shards. At the same time, several ice cones pierced through the mist and rushed toward the frost dragon in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The ice cones crashed into the frost dragon's protective white light and also turned into ice shards. Both sides could be said to have fought to a draw in this round. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled slightly. He withdrew the light and stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the frost dragon. This kind of result already made him very satisfied. After all, the other party was a frost dragon that was good at using cold chi. Using cold chi to fight to a draw with the frost dragon was not shameful. But he was happy, while the frost dragon in the sky was furious. Ever since it gained intelligence, it had already cultivated for thousands of years. For thousands of years, it had never suffered such vexation. Similarly, using the frost array as a frost dragon, it actually fought to a draw with a silver-haired brat. If this matter spread to the dragon clan, wouldn't it be laughed at? Today, no matter what, it had to tear this silver-haired brat into pieces to vent the hatred in its heart. But then again, anger was anger. Regarding this silver-haired brat's cultivation, the frost dragon really did not dare to underestimate. In terms of movement technique, in terms of cold chi, in terms of strength, this guy was above it in all aspects. Looks like if it wanted to take this brat's life, it could only use a killing move. Thinking up to here, the frost dragon raised its massive head and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the frost dragon opened its mouth wide. Buzz, a 3-foot-long silver light bead appeared in the frost dragon's mouth out of thin air. The light bead flashed with silver light, like the moon in the sky, enveloped in auspicious light and surrounded by auspicious chi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the light bead, countless silver lightning bolts crazily swam. Shuttling up, Buzz following the appearance of the silver light bead. The frost dragon's entire body instantly became resplendent with silver light, like a light dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the dragon's body, countless white lightning bolts as thick as bowls revolve around it, dazzling the eyes. The scene in front of him made Yi Fan instantly turn pale with fright. This frost dragon was going to use a killing move. If he did not guess wrongly, that 3-foot-long light bead, shrouded in auspicious light and surrounded by auspicious chi in the frost dragon's mouth, was its natal nidin, the frost dragon's dragon bead. Years ago, when the white-robed sky dragon and Brother Kim were competing in the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Fan had seen the water dragon summoned by the white-robed sky dragon spit out the dragon bead and merged with the white-robed sky dragon's lightning fire pearl. It was also because of this that Yi Fan was sure that the resplendent bead in the frost dragon's mouth was its spiritual energy source, the dragon bead. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to force me? Yi Fan raised his head and asked the frost dragon in midair. His words were not only for the frost dragon, but also for Nangong Ao, who was in the wooden house. The frost dragon ignored Yi Fan and continued to gather spiritual energy. I don't want to hurt you, and you better not provoke me again. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be you. Seeing that the frost dragon was not stopping, Yi Fan said again. The frost dragon still ignored him. But the frost dragon's dragon bead in its mouth had become 7 feet long, and it was shining like snow. It seems that I can only fight with force. Yi Fan shook his head slowly and said, Roar! In midair, the radiant frost dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, Han Long lowered his head and shot the dazzling Destiny Dragon Pearl that was condensed with spirit energy in his mouth towards Yi Fan. Whoosh! The 7-feet-long dragon bead with a tail of lightning that was more than 3 feet long came crashing down. The resplendent light it emitted illuminated the entire ground with a silver light. If a tiger doesn't show its power, you will think that I am a sick cat. On the ground, Yi Fan said calmly with his hands behind his back. Firstly, he did not use his spiritual energy. Secondly, he did not use his movement skills. And thirdly, he did not set up a protective shield. He just stood there quietly, not moving at all. Whoosh! The dragon bead's speed was as fast as lightning, and it rushed to the top of Yi Fan's head in an instant. It was less than 3 feet away. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan squinted his eyes and attacked. He raised his right arm, and with a single palm, he directly reached for the frost dragon's dragon bead. What is he doing? Akatsuki, who was in the 7-colored light shield, was dumbfounded and shocked. Boom! Chapter 908. Boom! The moment the frost dragon's dragon pearl touched Yi Fan's right palm, the thick layer of ice under Yi Fan's feet suddenly caved in and instantly shattered. Bang! Countless sparkling and translucent ice shards rose into the air, rolling and flying into the air. The ice crystals danced in the air, and the cold air splashed in all directions. It was extremely beautiful. At this moment, she looked at Yi Fan again. His silver hair danced in the wind, and his black robe fluttered. His right palm held the 7-foot dragon pearl that was emitting a silver light and did not move at all. Zizizi! The frost dragon's dragon pearl that was intertwined with lightning spun in Yi Fan's right palm and made a buzzing sound. The dragon pearl emitted a bright silver light that illuminated Yi Fan's handsome face with a silver light. Yi Fan actually caught the frost dragon's dragon pearl with one hand without using any spirit power. The scene in front of her shocked Akatsuki so much that her jaw almost dislocated. She had always thought that she understood Yi Fan very well. Today, she realized that her understanding of Yi Fan was far from enough. The strength of Yi Fan's strength and the depth of his cultivation had completely exceeded her imagination. In the time that she was not around, Yi Fan's cultivation had already risen to another level. Actually, Yi Fan's move was completely reasonable. The fire meteor was caught in mid-air, not to mention the frost dragon's dragon pearl. Akatsuki was not the only one who was shocked. High up in the sky, the frost dragon's huge dragon mouth was half open. Its huge dragon eyes were bulging and filled with shock. Its trump card dragon pearl was actually caught in the other party's hand like a rubber ball. And it was under the situation where he did not use any spirit power. The frost dragon started to feel afraid. According to its previous plan, it would first use the dragon pearl to destroy this silver-haired boy's body and soul before sucking the dragon pearl back into its stomach. But the reality was not as it had expected. Its 1,000-year dragon pearl was already in the other party's hand. Without the dragon pearl, it now only had the frost dragon's skin and had no power to speak of. What was worse was that if the dragon pearl could not return to its body in a short period of time, it would soon die from exhaustion of its spiritual energy. Whoosh! The auspicious aura surrounding the frost dragon began to slowly disappear. Whoosh! Along with the auspicious light and auspicious air, the extreme cold air around the frost dragon also dissipated. On the ground, Yi Fan slowly lowered his arm. I told you before, don't provoke me again. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer, Yi Fan said expressionlessly as he looked at the frost dragon pearl that was radiating light and spinning in his palm. Since he didn't listen to my advice and insisted on making a move, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As Yi Fan spoke, he channeled his spirit energy into his hand. At the same time, his right hand curled into a claw. Buzz! Yi Fan's right hand, which was holding the dragon ball, instantly erupted with a red light. In the blink of an eye, a huge red claw of light appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The claw of light was red like blood. Its 5 fingers were like hooks. Blood light surged and radiated in all directions. Yi Fan had used the Sky Demon Claw. Once the Sky Demon Claw was used, the dazzling silver frost dragon pearl was immediately grasped by the blood-red claw of light. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, and his right hand slowly began to exert force. Buzz, the Sky Demon Claw of Light's red light exploded, and the 5 hook-like fingers gradually closed in. Sizzle, as the Sky Demon Claw of Light continued to close in, the Frost Dragon Pearl began to be squeezed and gradually shrank. Whoosh! Countless rays of bright silver light shot out from the Dragon Pearl. He was going to crush this Frost Dragon Pearl. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the Frost Dragon let out a painful roar. The Dragon Pearl was its life core. It was originally one with it and was closely related to it. Now that its inner core was being suppressed by someone and was being squeezed, its spirit energy was leaking wildly. Naturally, it was in great pain and suffering. Buzz, as countless spirit energy crazily leaked out, the 7-foot-long Frost Dragon Pearl was now less than 5 feet in length by Yi Fan's Sky Demon Claw. Roar! The Ice Dragon let out a painful roar. Then it opened its gigantic mouth and swayed its body. It then charged towards Yi Fan, who was below. It, who was already prepared to die, wanted to take Yi Fan down with it and perish together with him. However, it was wrong. Even the Ice Dragon's core, which contained 1,000 years of spiritual energy, was caught by Yi Fan single-handedly. How could its empty skin, which had no spiritual energy, do anything to Yi Fan? Whoosh! The Frost Dragon fell rapidly, whistling as it descended. Stubborn. Looking at the huge Frost Dragon falling from the sky, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Buzz, the 5-foot-long Frost Dragon's inner core shrunk to 3 feet in an instant. Crack! Crack! Fine cracks began to appear on the Dragon Pearl. Roar! The Frost Dragon in the sky let out a painful roar and instantly fainted. Whoosh! As the Frost Dragon fainted, its huge body began to sway freely, and the direction of its fall also changed. Boom! After a loud noise, the Frost Dragon's huge body landed heavily on the ground behind Yi Fan, and the distance between it and Yi Fan was less than 3 feet. Whoosh! Ice shards flew everywhere, as if it was raining ice. The Frost Dragon's eyes were closed, and it lay on the broken ice. Its spirit energy was depleted, and it was barely breathing. As for the Frost Dragon behind him, Yi Fan did not even look at it. He stared at the Frost Dragon's Dragon Ball in his hand, which was covered in fine lines and radiating silver light. He continued to slowly exert his strength. Crack! Crack! On the Dragon Pearl, the cracks began to widen. Roar! Roar! Every time the cracks deepened, the Frost Dragon behind him would twitch violently, and, at the same time, it would let out a painful groan. At this rate, it would not be long before the 1,000-year-old Dragon Pearl exploded. Once the Dragon Pearl exploded, the Frost Dragon would die. Yi Fan's eyes were cold, and his face was expressionless. He ignored the Frost Dragon's twitching and moaning. Stop! Just as the Dragon Pearl was about to shatter, a middle-aged man's voice came from the wooden house. Yi Fan lifted his gaze and looked towards the wooden house. Clearly, Nangong Ao did not want the Frost Dragon to die so painfully. However, Yi Fan did not care about Nangong Ao's words, and the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. Earlier, he ordered the Frost Dragon to kill him, and now he wanted him to stop immediately. How could there be such logic in this world? You want me to stop, but I won't stop. Yi Fan was also angry. Roar! Roar! The Frost Dragon's voice became weaker and weaker, and it gradually stopped moving. Swoosh! At this moment, a shadow came out of the wooden house and rushed in front of Yi Fan. This person was wearing a gray robe, and his face was painted black and white. His hair was tied up in a bun, and there was an emerald jade hairpin in it. He looked very mysterious. What a fast movement technique! Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. Swoosh! After rushing in front of Yi Fan, the gray-robed man did not decrease his speed and rushed forward rapidly. He stretched out his left hand and snatched the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl from Yi Fan's Sky Demon Claw. His speed was so fast that even Yi Fan could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. This person's movement technique was nimble, and his moves were swift and violent, like thunder and lightning. Swoosh! Seeing that the gray-robed man had made his move, Yi Fan did not hold back. He quickly withdrew his right hand, and at the same time, he stretched out his left hand and turned it into a knife and slashed at the gray-robed man's hand. This time, Yi Fan secretly used his true power. The opponent was none other than the previous 9 Cauldrons Bellkeeper, Nangong Ao, whose cultivation was not below Gui Linglong's. He had to be careful. Swoosh! Seeing that Yi Fan used his hand to chop at his wrist, the gray-robed man flipped his palm and turned it into a knife as well, and slashed at Yi Fan's rapidly descending hand knife. Although both of them were using hand blades, the two of them were peerless experts that were rarely seen in the world. Their hand blades, which couldn't be any more ordinary, were unleashed with shocking power by the two of them. Pah! After the deafening sound, both of their hand knives met. The two of them were too fast, so much so that a translucent airshock wave instantly exploded at the place where their hand knives met. In this move, the two of them were evenly matched, sharing the limelight. Nangong Ao's hand knife did not advance an inch, and Yi Fan's hand knife did not retreat an inch. What strong power! Yi Fan was secretly shocked. This Nangong Ao was indeed worthy of being the previous Zhou Cauldron Bellkeeper. Under the situation where he did not use his spiritual power, he was actually able to withstand his powerful chop. Shwa! Just as both of their hand knives met and were equally matched, Nangong Ao's other hand suddenly slapped towards Yi Fan's chest. Zithi. At the same time when Nangong Ao slapped, his palm was surrounded by golden light and lightning intertwined. In an instant, a vigorous and overbearing spiritual pressure appeared out of nowhere. This guy used his spiritual power. Yi Fan frowned and thought to himself. At this time, one of his hands was blocking Nangong Ao's hand knife, while the other hand was holding the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl. There was no way he could block Nangong Ao's overbearing palm technique. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan came up with an idea. Since Nangong Ao had appeared to save the Ice Dragon, he might as well use the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl in his hand to block Nangong Ao's attack. Nangong Ao wanted to take the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl back, so he would definitely not dare to take the attack head-on. Otherwise, the Dragon Pearl would definitely shatter. Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly pushed the Sky Demon Claw that was holding the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl towards Nangong Ao's golden light palm. He had already predicted that Nangong Ao would not dare to take the attack head-on. Yi Fan's move was indeed sinister, forcing Nangong Ao to withdraw his golden light palm. He was trying to save the Ice Dragon, not kill it. The Ice Dragon's inner core was already on the verge of shattering. If it touched his golden light palm, it would definitely explode. If that happened, the Ice Dragon would definitely die. Swoosh! Thinking of this, Nangong Ao changed the angle of his golden light palm and avoided the Ice Dragon's inner core that Yi Fan had pushed towards him. Instead, he attacked Yi Fan's left shoulder. However, Yi Fan was too evil. Seeing that Nangong Ao did not dare to face the Ice Dragon's inner core in his Sky Demon Claw, Yi Fan smiled sinisterly. Didn't you not dare to take the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl head-on? Today, I will use the Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl to attack you. Swoosh! Yi Fan moved his body to the side and nimbly dodged Nangong Ao's golden light palm. At the same time, he waved his Sky Demon Claw and used the Ice Dragon's inner core in his Sky Demon Claw to smash at Nangong Ao's head. When Nangong Ao saw this, he frowned and immediately changed from attack to defense. He lowered his head and dodged the Ice Dragon's inner core attack. However, Yi Fan's attack had only just begun. He let go of his limbs and waved the ice dragon's dragon pearl that was shining with a silver light, starting to attack Nangong Ao with all his might. Chapter 909. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yifan saw that Nangong Ao did not dare to take the dragon pearl head-on, so he used his close-range combat skills and attacked with all his might. He closed in on Nangong Ao step by step. Each move was faster than the last. He used the dragon pearl in the sky demon claw to attack Nangong Ao. Nangong Ao tried his best to block and retreat. He, who was originally on the attacking side, suddenly became the defending side. However, the two people's movements were as fast as lightning. Their palms moved continuously, and their figures flickered with brilliance. The two of them attacked very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 300 moves. Let's see how long you can last. Yifan thought to himself. He once again increased the speed of his attacks, waving the Frost Dragon Pearl in all directions to attack Nangong Ao's vital points. Nangong Ao defended with all his might and attacked Yifan from time to time. However, Yifan had the Dragon Pearl in his hand. He did not care about Nangong Ao's attacks at all. Every time Nangong Ao attacked Yifan and prepared to turn the tables around, Yifan would use the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl to block, forcing Nangong Ao to withdraw midway. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had forced Nangong Ao to the door of the wooden house. Swoosh! Yifan activated the spiritual energy in his hands and directly activated the Ice Dragon Pearl in the Sky Devil Claw. He then pushed it towards Nangong Ao. Since he could not defeat Nangong Ao with close-range combat skills, he would increase the distance between them and use the Dragon Pearl to deal with this guy. Swoosh, as Yifan activated the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture's spiritual power to activate the Dragon Pearl. A 1-foot-thick silver light beam shot out from the Dragon Pearl and went straight toward Nangong Ao's face. The silver light beam shone brightly, and the cold air rose. It was powerful and domineering. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. When Nangong Ao saw that Yifan was using the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl to attack him, he furrowed his brows. He then tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky. Swoosh! Nangong Ao's body flashed and flew into the air. Swoosh! The cold beam of light shot out from the Dragon Ball directly bombarded the wooden house. Swoosh! The burst of cold air instantly enveloped the wooden house. Crack, 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 crack. With a crisp sound, the entire wooden house was frozen by the cold air released by the Dragon Ball. The quaint and exquisite wooden hut instantly turned into a crystal-clear igloo with cold smoke billowing out of it. The Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl was already powerful, and with the addition of Yifan's proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, its power was naturally astonishing. In midair, Nangong Ao floated and frowned. If this silver-haired brat continued to activate the Frost Dragon Pearl, the Frost Dragon would lose its life. At this time, the Dragon Pearl was on the verge of shattering. It would not be able to hold on for much longer. He had to think of a way to reverse the situation in front of him and take back the Frost Dragon Pearl. As Nangong Ao thought to himself, he inadvertently saw the Tian Luo umbrella floating above his head, shining with a green light. The moment he saw the Tian Luo umbrella, Nangong Ao immediately had an idea. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his figure instantly turned into a ray of golden light. Then, he descended from the sky toward Yifan. At the same time, Nangong Ao stretched out his palm and smashed it directly toward Yifan's head. Buzz! On Nangong Ao's palm, a golden light burst out, blinding everyone's eyes. A powerful and domineering spiritual pressure appeared out of thin air and exploded. Whoosh! Before Nangong Ao's palm arrived, the strong wind arrived first. On the ground, countless ice fragments were blown into the sky by the strong wind, whistling and swirling in the air. The power of his palm technique could be seen at a glance. In the face of Nangong Ao's golden light palm, Yi Fan did not care at all. As long as he had the Frost Dragon Pearl, no matter how powerful Nangong Ao was, he could not do anything to him. At the thought of this, Yi Fan smiled slightly, activated his movement technique, and rose from the ground. Swoosh! At the same time, Yi Fan raised the Frost Dragon Pearl in his hand high above his head and faced Nangong Ao, who was descending from the sky. Swoosh! Both parties were extremely fast, moving toward each other. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was less than 30 feet. Why aren't you dodging obediently? Yi Fan thought in his heart. But the next scene made Yi Fan's face instantly turn pale. Nangong Ao, who was diving down, did not avoid him as he imagined. Not only did Nangong Ao, who was wearing a mask, not avoid him, but he suddenly accelerated. Nangong Ao's action made Yi Fan very puzzled. What was he doing? Did he not want to save Han Long anymore? Yi Fan could not understand. Swoosh! In that short moment when Yi Fan was extremely shocked, both parties instantly met in the air. In a flash, Yi Fan suddenly withdrew the Sky Fiend Light Claw that was holding the Frost Dragon Pearl and used his left palm to meet Nangong Ao. Actually, Yi Fan did not have the intention to kill Han Long at all. If he wanted to kill Han Long, he would have crushed the Frost Dragon Pearl in an instant long ago. Why would he slowly exert force and make Han Long suffer? There's only one reason why he did this, and that was to force Nangong Ao to show himself. Everything was as he expected. When the Frost Dragon Pearl was cracked by his Sky Fiend Claw, Nangong Ao indeed could not hold back. It could be seen that this weirdo cared a lot about Han Long's safety. And it was also precisely because of this that Yi Fan dared to let loose, using the Frost Dragon Pearl as his trump card to attack Nangong Ao fiercely. Towards this Nangong Ao, Yi Fan could be said to both love and hate. Love because he knew the location of the Ji Prefecture Cauldron. Hate because he did not even give a warning, coming up and letting Han Long kill him. And what Yi Fan hated the most was people who didn't listen to reason. At this very moment, those words that Gue Linglong told him before were completely thrown to the back of his mind. Don't provoke him? It was clearly him who provoked him. Not even seeing him and directly using a killing move. How could there be such logic in this world? Towards this kind of weirdo, one should give him a taste of his own medicine. Honestly speaking, Yi Fan did not hate Han Long at all. The reason why Han Long used a killing move on him was entirely because of Nangong Ao's must-kill order. What Yi Fan hated was Nangong Ao's foul temper. If this kind of weirdo did not teach him a good lesson, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Yi Fan thought in his heart, and suddenly, Spirit Commandeering was in his hand. Buzz! The Sky Fiend Light Claw appeared out of thin air. The Light Claw was 3 feet in size, radiating light all around, resplendent with bloodlight. This palm, Yi Fan used 50% of his Sky Fiend power. 50% of the Sky Fiend power should be enough to make this Nangong Ao suffer. The Yi Fan who was rushing up rapidly thought in his heart. But the following scene made him instantly dumbfounded. Whoosh! The instant it came into contact with the Sky Fiend Claw, Nangong Ao's golden light palm, along with his body, instantly disintegrated, twisting and deforming, turning into nothingness. The scene before his eyes made Yi Fan's pupils instantly constricted. Fake! This Nangong Ao, who descended from the sky, was just a phantom clone. Yi Fan was alarmed in his heart. In an instant, an ominous premonition flashed in Yi Fan's mind. Clearly, he had already fallen for Nangong Ao's scheme of luring the tiger away from the mountain. He used a phantom clone to restrain him. He must have another objective. Yi Fan thought in his heart and immediately focused his vision, looking up high in the sky. When he saw the Nangong Ao suspended high in the sky, Yi Fan immediately sucked in a cold breath. The current Nangong Ao was currently holding the Heaven Luo umbrella in his hand, looking at him with a smile on his face. Heaven Luo umbrella. Nangong Ao's objective was the Heaven Luo umbrella. The instant he saw Nangong Ao, Yifan instantly understood the true objective of that move of Nangong Ao's earlier. He was unable to snatch back the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl from his hands, so he set his sights on the Heaven Luo umbrella. Thinking up to here, Yifan was incomparably vexed. He only cared about using the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl to bully Nangong Ao, but forgot about the Heaven Luo umbrella that was of utmost importance to him. Now that the Heaven Luo umbrella had landed in Nangong Ao's hands, his weakness was also in his hands. There was no need to guess. This fellow wanted to use the Heaven Luo umbrella to exchange for the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl and a Sky Fiend Claw. Yifan's figure floated in midair, frowning as he looked at Nangong Ao. "Can you stop this time?" Nangong Ao, whose face was painted, held the Heaven Luo umbrella's handle and asked Yifan, "What if I don't stop?" Yifan held the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl in his hand and raised his eyebrows as he asked Nangong Ao, "You didn't want to get rid of the Frost Dragon at all. Otherwise, the Dragon Pearl would have been crushed by you long ago." Nangong Ao said to Yifan, "The reason you did that was to force me to show myself, right? I wanted to torture the Frost Dragon, to make it live a life worse than death. Can't I?" Yifan asked Nangong Ao, "Just now, when you were fighting with my doppelganger, you instinctively withdrew the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl to protect its safety. Just based on this point alone, it can prove that my words are correct." Nangong Ao hit the nail on the head. After Yifan heard this, he did not reply. "It seems that I guessed right." Seeing that Yifan did not speak, Nangong Ao laughed. "Cut the crap. Didn't you just want to use the Heaven Luo umbrella to exchange for the Frost Dragon's natal Dragon Pearl?" Yifan narrowed his eyes and said to Nangong Ao, "Exchange?" Nangong Ao laughed. "I won't exchange with you." Nangong Ao's words shocked Yifan. "What? You don't want to save your Frost Dragon?" Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked Nangong Ao, "I won't save him. You can do it." Nangong Ao said to Yifan with a smile. After Yifan heard this, he frowned. Obviously, Nangong Ao had already predicted that he would not crush the Dragon Pearl and kill the Frost Dragon. He looked at the resplendent Dragon Pearl in his hand that was filled with cracks and revealed a difficult expression. Nangong Ao's guess was right. He didn't want to kill the Frost Dragon at all. "What? You can't do it?" Nangong Ao asked with a smile. Yifan raised his head and looked at Nangong Ao with a cold gaze. "With your current cultivation, you actually still need the Heaven Luo umbrella. There must be a top expert monitoring you, right?" Nangong Ao raised his head and looked at the Heaven Luo umbrella, then asked Yifan, "Could it be a Heaven's Eye expert?" Yifan's brows furrowed even tighter. This Nangong Ao was indeed powerful. He actually saw through the secrets of heaven with a single sentence. Not only is this Heaven Luo umbrella of high quality, the talismans are exquisite, it's also shrouded in auspicious light and surrounded by auspicious qi. It's definitely not something an ordinary Dao sect expert can refine. Nangong Ao continued, "If I'm not wrong, the Dao sect expert who refined the Heaven Luo umbrella is definitely not below you. You better return the Heaven Luo umbrella to me." Yifan looked coldly at Nangong Ao and said, "Return it to you?" Nangong Ao smiled and asked Yifan, "You injured my Frost Dragon and destroyed the Frost Dragon's Dragon Pearl. Are you going to let it go just like that? You were the one who told it to kill me first." Yifan said coldly, "That's why I attacked." "No." Nangong Ao shook his head. "You were the one who barged into my territory first. That's why I told the Frost Dragon to kill you." Yifan was stunned by Nangong Ao's words. Strictly speaking, Nangong Ao's words were not wrong. Chapter 910. What do I want? Hearing this, Nangong Ao laughed and asked Yifan, "I've been hiding here and waiting for you for over 300 years, and you're actually asking me what I want. You've been waiting for me? 300 years?" Yifan was shocked by Nangong Ao's words. Could it be that he was acquainted with Nan Gong Ao in his previous life? Yi Fan frowned as he thought. Yu Hongji, who was standing at the side, was also shocked. She didn't expect Nan Gong Ao to have such a deep relationship with Eldritch. Return the dragon pearl to me first, Nan Gong Ao said to Yi Fan. If you continue holding it with your sky demon claw, even if the dragon pearl doesn't break, its spiritual energy will be almost depleted. As Nan Gong Ao spoke, he let go the handle of the Tianluo umbrella and slowly descended. He arrived at the airspace where Yi Fan was and stood with his hands behind his back. Nan Gong Ao took the initiative to release the Sky Luo umbrella in order to express his sincerity. Yi Fan looked at the gradually dimming frost dragon pearl in the sky demon claw, then raised his head to look at the calm Nan Gong Ao. He slowly nodded. With a thought, he removed the sky demon claw from his hand. At the same time, he activated the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture's spiritual energy and began to repair the ice dragon pearl in his hand. Buzz, Yi Fan's spirit was at the same time, and his hand instantly glowed with a green light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless arcs of dazzling blue lightning shot out from Yi Fan's palm and madly surged into the dragon pearl that was densely covered with cracks. Hua! Once the spiritual energy entered the dragon pearl, all the cracks on it instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, the proud Moon Heavenly Scripture's Moon Phoenix's spiritual energy was vigorous and overbearing. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the dragon pearl gradually glowed brightly. In the blink of an eye, the cracked and almost broken ice dragon pearl once again glowed with a dazzling silver light. Proud Moon Heavenly Scripture. Looking at the overbearing green light in Yi Fan's hand, Nan Gong Ao, who was standing opposite of Yi Fan, said emotionally, "In order to crack this supreme technique of yours, I have waited here for you for more than 300 years. Break my secret technique?" Yi Fan frowned and looked at Nan Gong Ao. 500 years ago, I once fought with you. Nan Gong Ao said to Yi Fan. Have we fought before? Nan Gong Ao's words shocked Yi Fan. If Nan Gong Ao was his enemy in his previous life, then everything that happened today was completely reasonable. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was a little worried. If this person was really an old enemy, then there was no way he would get any clues about the Jizhou cauldron from him today. Nan Gong Ao nodded. Is there a grudge between us? Yi Fan asked with a frown. Nan Gong Ao shook his head. Since there's no enmity between us, why are we fighting? Yi Fan was suddenly confused. We were just learning from each other, not becoming enemies. Nan Gong Ao explained. Learning from each other? Yi Fan asked in return. At that time, you were famous, and you were like the sun in the sky. You were said to be helpless against all immortals. Nan Gong Ao, who was standing with his hand behind his back, looked up at the void and recalled, at that time, I had just passed my first heavenly tribulation. I thought that other than immortals, no one could compare to me. Thinking back to that time, I was really a frog at the bottom of a well. I didn't know that there was always someone better than me. Yi Fan was secretly shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect Nan Gong Ao to have also passed his heavenly tribulation. So you found me at that time and wanted to compete with me? Yi Fan asked Nan Gong Ao. That's right. Nan Gong Ao replied. I found your cave abode, the soaring cloud cave of the Phoenix Cry Mountain. I waited for you there for a day and a night, and finally you came. You found my cave abode? Yi Fan frowned and asked. Your cave abode is a good place. Unfortunately, I can't enter. Nan Gong Ao looked at Yi Fan and said, at the entrance of your cave abode, there was an extremely powerful golden barrier. It was so powerful that even my heavenly tribulation couldn't break it. If I didn't have the Six Harmonies treasure mirror to protect myself, I would have been seriously injured by the golden light released by the barrier. Yi Fan nodded slowly after hearing this. Obviously, Nan Gong Ao was not lying. This person had indeed been to his soaring cloud cave. The golden barrier that he was talking about was personally set up by Brother Kim. What happened after that? Yi Fan continued to ask Nan Gong Ao, did you fight directly? You didn't agree to compete with me at that time. You even invited me to your cave abode to drink, Nangong Ao replied. Unfortunately, I was eager to fight at that time and didn't accept your good intentions at all. I even thought that you were deliberately avoiding the battle, afraid that I would hurt you. Now that I think about it, I was really stupid at that time. Since Eldritch avoided the battle, how did you fight him? Yifan asked Nangong Ao. Isn't that simple? I just fought, Nangong Ao said with a smile. What happened in the end? Did you win? Yifan asked. If I won, I wouldn't have hidden my identity here and waited for you for more than 300 years, Nangong Ao replied. So you lost at that time? Yifan frowned and asked. I didn't lose at that time. I won, Nangong Ao said. Won? Yifan asked in confusion. Didn't you just say, at that time, you deliberately let me win and pretended to lose to me? Nangong Ao said with a serious expression. You're saying that Eldritch deliberately let you win? Yifan looked at Nangong Ao and asked. That's right, Nangong Ao replied. At that time, when you and I were bombarding each other with spirit energy, you deliberately left a weak spot in your spirit energy shield to lure me in. I was confused at that time and thought that your spirit energy wasn't pure and your skills weren't strong enough. I directly pierced through your spirit energy shield with my sword and cut a hole in your shoulder. How did you know that Eldritch was deliberately letting you in? Yifan frowned and asked Nangong Ao. At that time, you had already passed the heavenly tribulation and your strength was not to be underestimated. Maybe you really won against him. That's what I thought at that time, Nangong Ao replied. In my opinion, you were just a person with an undeserved reputation who followed what others said. Until I saw the fierce battle between you and the 6 immortals of the heaven realm with my own eyes. At this point, Nangong Ao narrowed his eyes and looked into the void, his eyes full of respect. You were there at that time too? After hearing Nangong Ao's words, Yifan's expression instantly changed, and he was shocked on the spot. Nangong Ao looked at Yifan and nodded slowly. Seeing Nangong Ao nod, Yifan's eyes suddenly stared straight, and his face was full of disbelief. He never thought that this person would actually witness the scene of him fighting the 6 immortals alone and passing away after losing his cultivation. You were monitoring me at that time? Yifan frowned and asked Nangong Ao. Yes, Nangong Ao replied. Why? Yifan asked. Because I suspected that you were deliberately letting me win, Nangong Ao said. What do you mean by that? Yifan continued to ask. After the competition with you, your reputation became more and more famous, and more than 10 top experts died in your hands one after another, Nangong Ao explained. These experts were all killed by you in one move, clean and tidy. So you were suspicious? Yifan asked. That's right, Nangong Ao replied. I've learned about these experts. Although they haven't passed the heavenly tribulation, they aren't ordinary people. Judging from your cultivation when you fought with me, you can kill them, but you can't kill them in one move. That's why I'm secretly monitoring you. After hearing this, Yifan did not speak. Nangong Ao's analysis was reasonable and there were no flaws. If it were him, he would also be suspicious. When I saw you fighting the 6 immortals and not being at a disadvantage at all, I finally understood your true strength, Nangong Ao continued. Under the attacks of the 6 celestial immortals, you were still able to handle them with ease. You even wanted to start a massacre and slaughter the immortals. Ao Yuetianzhang's spiritual power was overbearing and powerful, which I have never seen before in my life. The saying that 10,000 immortals were helpless was true, and it was not false. My cultivation at that time was not even 1/10,000th of yours. How could I be your opponent? When Nangong Ao said this, he felt a lot of emotions. If he had not seen the scene of Eldritch fighting the 6 immortals by himself, he would not have understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Since ancient times, except for Eldritch, who could kill the immortals? Akatsuki, who is inside the spiritual energy shield, was also inexplicably shocked at this time. Fighting the 6 immortals, 10,000 immortals were helpless. killing the immortals. These words that sounded like a fantasy story actually appeared on Yi Fan at the same time. Eldritch was strong to such a realm back then. Akatsuki could not imagine what kind of earth-shattering scene it was at that time. Fighting the six immortals, dispersing his cultivation, doing things his own way, arrogant and unruly, Nangong Ao said with emotion. Mister's ability is unprecedented and will not be surpassed in the future. Even if Senior Nangong witnessed the scene of Eldritch fighting the six immortals and dispersing his cultivation, what does this have to do with you waiting for me here? And you waited for more than 300 years? Yi Fan changed the topic and asked Nangong Ao. After Mister disperses his cultivation, I prepared incense, candles, and good wine to personally worship Mister at the Lingyun Cave, Nangong Ao said to Yi Fan. Firstly, I wanted to express my respect to Mister, and secondly, I wanted to apologize to Mister for my pettiness at that time. Yi Fan listened quietly and did not say a word. Who would have thought that after worshipping, I would actually see Mister's true soul? Nangong Ao said calmly. What? Nangong Ao's words shocked Yi Fan so much that his pupils constricted, and he was extremely surprised. Nangong Ao actually saw his true soul from back then. Although Mister did not have a physical body at that time, he was still the same as when he was alive. His expression was calm, and he talked cheerfully. Nangong Ao continued. When Mister saw that I came to worship him, he was very happy. He even personally tasted the water and wine that I brought as a tribute, and said that he had never eaten like this before. After Yi Fan heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. At that point, he actually still had the mood to taste the tribute water and wine. His strange temper back then was indeed worthy of the word evil in his name. What happened after that? Yi Fan asked Nangong Ao. What happened after that? After that, I cried and repented to Mister. Mister looked up to the sky and laughed. Nangong Ao said to Yi Fan. Mister told me that after 300 years, he would come to me personally with a heavenly Luo umbrella. At that time, he would have a real competition with me to thank me for my worship that day. After Yi Fan heard this, he was stunned. Chapter 911. Sir, you didn't go back on your words. I didn't wait for 300 years in vain. Nangong Ao said. As Nangong Ao spoke, he stepped into the air and walked in front of Yi Fan. He reached out and took the Ice Dragon's dragon pearl, which was glowing with a bright silver light and radiating spiritual energy from Yi Fan's hands. Then, he slowly descended and landed in front of the Ice Dragon. The Ice Dragon's eyes were tightly shut and it was unconscious. The light around its body had almost dissipated. Nangong Ao held the Ice Dragon's dragon pearl in one hand and formed a sword finger with the other. He gently tapped the Ice Dragon's forehead. Buzz, a golden light appeared out of thin air from Nangong Ao's sword finger. The golden light was dazzling and eye-catching. Whoosh, after the golden light appeared, it instantly spread around the Ice Dragon's body. Roar! Roar! The previously unconscious frost dragon slowly opened its eyes and let out a weak dragon roar. Isabis, it's been hard on you. Nangong Ao stroked the Ice Dragon's huge head and said, Come, swallow the dragon pearl. As he spoke, he placed the glowing dragon pearl in front of the Ice Dragon's mouth. Seeing that its dragon pearl was safe and sound, the Ice Dragon suddenly raised its head and looked at Nangong Ao in surprise. It clearly remembered that its dragon pearl had been cracked by that silver-haired kid and was on the verge of shattering. Thinking of this, the Ice Dragon rolled its eyes and looked at Yi Fan, who was floating in the air. It's fine now. Nangong Ao patted the frost dragon and said with a smile, Mr. Evil Moon has completely restored your dragon pearl. You two have become friends after a fight. What? This silver-haired kid is Eldritch. Nangong Ao's words caused the Ice Dragon's eyes to widen. He is the Eldritch that I've always mentioned to you. He is already reincarnated. Nangong Ao explained to the Ice Dragon. Roar! Roar! The Ice Dragon was stunned, and its dragon roar was hurried. It did not expect that this young silver-haired boy was actually the famous peerless expert who fought against the six immortals alone. Eldritch, right now, your spiritual power is exhausted and your physical strength is weak. Swallow the dragon pearl first. Nangong Ao, said Han Long. Han Long looked at Nangong Ao and nodded. It opened its mouth slightly and slowly sucked the dragon pearl in Nangong Ao's hand into its belly. Buzz, as soon as the dragon pearl entered Han Long's body, his body instantly shone with a dazzling silver light. Auspicious light and auspicious chi reappeared. In an instant, the ice dragon was restored to its original state. It stood up from the ground and shook its head a few times. Then, it looked up at Yi Fan, who was in the air. Yi Fan also turned to look at Han Long and nodded his head slightly. He was trying to reconcile with Han Long tongue. After staring at Yi Fan for a while, Han Long, who had recovered his spirit energy, instantly soared into the air and flew directly toward Yi Fan. Ice Abyss, Nangong Ao was shocked when he saw Han Long rushing toward Yi Fan. He shouted. As he shouted Han Long's name, he prepared to use his movement technique and soar into the air. Nangong Ao was not worried about Yi Fan. Given Yi Fan's cultivation, even if the ice dragon's spirit energy had increased by more than 10 times, it would not be able to touch Yi Fan at all, let alone the fact that the ice dragon's spirit energy had already recovered to its original state. He was worried that Han Long would do something stupid. This fellow had been tortured by Yi Fan. Now that his spirit energy had recovered, he would definitely seek revenge on Yi Fan. Nangong Ao was worried that Han Long would not be able to take revenge and would be injured instead. However, just as Nangong Ao was about to soar up and stop Han Long, Yi Fan, who was in the air, stretched out his hand to Nangong Ao, indicating that he should not come up. Nangong Ao frowned and stopped in his tracks. Although he did not know what Yi Fan's intention was, he felt that Yi Fan would not hurt Han Long. After all, Yi Fan did not have the intention to kill Han Long. Whoosh. Han Long soared up like a silver waterfall. He was extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Yi Fan. The distance between the two was less than 3 feet. Seeing Han Long rushing toward him, Yi Fan, who was in the air, stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and he did not move an inch. Whoosh! When Han Long was less than 3 feet away from Yi Fan, he instantly turned his head and changed direction. He raised his head and swung his tail as he began to circle around Yi Fan. Han Long circled around Yi Fan as he used his huge dragon eyes to size up Yi Fan. He had always heard Nangong Ao talk about how cool and powerful Eldritch was. Now that he saw the real person, he naturally wanted to take a good look. Seeing the ice dragon circling around him, Yi Fan lowered his head and smiled in relief. The moment Han Long soared into the air, he knew that Han Long would not attack him again. The reason was simple. When Han Long rushed up, he did not have any murderous intent. This was also the reason why he indicated to Nangong Ao not to attack. Seeing this, Nangong Ao also smiled. He smiled as he shook his head slowly. He and Han Long had known each other for more than 200 years. After more than 200 years, he thought that he knew Han Long very well. Today, he realized that his understanding of Han Long was not as good as Eldritch's. Roar! Roar! Han Long circled around Yi Fan as he let out a low dragon roar. He curiously sized up Yi Fan and occasionally leaned close to Yi Fan to smell him. He was very puzzled by the complex and powerful spiritual energy on Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan smiled and let Han Long observe him. Roar! Just as Han Long was about to touch Yi Fan and feel the complex and domineering spiritual energy on Yi Fan's body, an extremely low dragon roar suddenly sounded from Yi Fan's body. The dragon roar was low and domineering, imposing without being angry. The strength of the dragon's aura far exceeded that of Bing Yuan, who was wandering around Yi Fan. Buzz! At the same time the dragon roar sounded, Yi Fan's body burst out with silver light and cold air rose. Whoosh! The sudden dragon roar and the domineering cold air that appeared out of nowhere scared Bing Yuan, who was circling around Yi Fan, and he instantly retreated several feet away. His dragon eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. There was also an Han Long living in Eldritch's body. From the dragon roar of this Han Long, its cultivation was deep and its spiritual energy was strong. It was definitely not something that his cultivation could compare to. Bing Yuan was shocked. The scene in front of him also shocked Nangong Ao, who was on the ground. Like Bing Yuan, Nangong Ao was also shocked by the domineering cold air release from Yi Fan's body and the dragon roar that was imposing without being angry. It was the Han Long sword, the Han Long sword that was hidden in his primordial spirit. Yi Fan was shocked. Roar. While Yi Fan was still in shock, a gigantic frost dragon covered in silver armor flew out from Yi Fan's silver flames and shot out explosively with a burst of silver light. This dragon had round, angry eyes, green eyes, silver claws, 10,000 auspicious lights, thousands of auspicious auras, lofty dragon horns for claws, auspicious clouds. Around its body, the domineering cold silver light did not leave the left and right. The light was bright and resplendent, shooting straight for the bull. In between the dragon's eyebrows, there was a dazzling red spirit bead, flowing with spiritual energy. This dragon was none other than the domineering spirit beast sealed in the Han Long sword. The Han Long sword. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Bing Yuan's intimate actions towards Yi Fan made the Han Long sword sealed and the Han Long sword very unhappy. As the owner, it had to let Bing Yuan know who was the real Han Long sword. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the Han Long sword appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Even the Heaven Luo umbrella floating above their heads began to gradually freeze. The strength of the Han Long sword could be seen at a glance. As the saying goes, one is not afraid of not knowing the goods. One is afraid of comparing the goods. Before the frost dragon appeared, the ice abyss could be said to be a true dragon among the frost dragons. However, when the frost dragon sealed and the frost dragon sword appeared, the extraordinary ice abyss was instantly overshadowed and seemed to lose its luster. Bing Yuan was more than 10 zhang long, but the Han Long sword was more than 10 zhang long. Bing Yuan's auspicious aura was 3 qi long, but the Han Long's auspicious aura was 3 zhang long. The Han Long sword's cold aura was like smoke, but the Han Long's cold aura was flowing with silver light. Bing Yuan's spiritual pressure was already very domineering, but compared to the Han Long sword, it was on a completely different level. His spiritual pressure was so strong that the cold mist that filled the air quickly retreated. Although both of them were Han Long sword, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Roar! After it flew out from Yi Fan's silver flames, the ice dragon used its gigantic body to protect Yi Fan in the middle. It then roared angrily at the ice abyss that was several feet away. Its roar was so powerful that it reached the sky. Seeing this, Yi Fan could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Obviously, the Han Long was very dissatisfied with Bing Yuan's closeness to him. Or rather, it was jealous. He did not expect that spiritual beasts were like humans. The moment the Han Long roared, Bing Yuan was shocked and retreated more than 10 zhang. When it saw the red light bead between the Han Long's eyebrows, Bing Yuan's body trembled. It lowered its head and retracted its claws, respectfully bowing to the Han Long. The scene in front of him made Yi Fan's smile freeze, and he was shocked. Bing Yuan was actually bowing to the Han Long. Not only was Yi Fan shocked, but Nangong Ao on the ground and Akatsuki in the spirit energy barrier were also shocked. Even the white fox, Xiao Zhao, stared at the sky with her clear eyes wide open. Roar! Seeing Bing Yuan bowing to it, the Han Long's roar gradually lowered. It lowered its head and moved closer to Yi Fan, using its head to gently touch Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan wanted to make fun of the Han Long for being stingy, but when he saw the red light bead between the Han Long's eyebrows, he was immediately shocked. The strength of this light bead was so strong that even Yi Fan felt it was inconceivable. Could it be that because 6 of the 9 sheaths of the Han Long had returned, the seal on the Han Long was more than half broken? That must be it. Yi Fan thought to himself. You are making too much of fuss. Yi Fan patted the Han Long's head and smiled. Who? The Han Long breathed out cold smoke from its nostrils as a reply. Bing Yuan, get up quickly. The Han Long is just playing with you. Yi Fan said to the Han Long. However, Bing Yuan still lowered its head and did not move. Roar! The Han Long roared at Bing Yuan, as if it was telling him to get up. Ice Abyss raised its head and stood up. The scene in front of him once again made Yi Fan speechless. This Han Long actually did not listen to him, and only listened to the Han Long. Supreme, Han Long. On the ground, Nangong Ao's eyes were filled with shock. Sovereign Han Long? Yi Fan asked with a frown when he heard Nangong Ao's words. Whoosh! Yi Fan asked as he used his movement technique and instantly arrived on the ground. Senior Nangong, what did you mean by Supreme Han Long? Yi Fan asked Nangong Ao after returning to the ground. The leader of the demon realm is the demon lord. The leader of the demon realm is the demon lord, and the leader of the ghost realm is the ghost lord. The one sealed in your Han Long sword is the supreme king of the Han Long clan, Han Long. Chapter 9:12. Frost Dragon, the supreme king of the dragon clan, revered Frost. Nangong Ao's words shocked Yi Fan. He did not expect the Frost Dragon sealed in the Frost Dragon sword to have such a powerful background. It was actually the supreme Frost Dragon. Among all the dragon clans, the Frost Dragon and the Fire Dragon are the most powerful, Nangong Ao explained. The Frost Dragon's cold air is biting cold and can seal all things in the world. The Fire Dragon's divine fire can burn all living things. The 2 dragon clans, one yin and one yang, one hot and one cold, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The revered masters of these 2 dragon clans are even more powerful. The Frost revered master's cold air is so strong that it can freeze all souls and primordial spirits. The Fire revered master's heat is so strong that it can burn all primordial spirits and primordial spirits. But strangely, these 2 spiritual beasts are said to be sealed in the divine weapons. One is the Frost Dragon sword forged by the immortal Tao Ong Ong from the upper realm, and the other is the fire sword forged by the ancient fire god himself. Seeing revered Frost today, the rumors are indeed true. After Yi Fan heard this, he was so shocked that he could not recover for a long time. He knew that the Frost Dragon and Fire Divine weapons were extremely powerful, but he never thought that the 2 dragon clans' supreme kings were sealed in them. I didn't think that the Fire Revered Master was sealed in my fire sword. Yi Fan muttered to himself in shock. What? The fire sword is also in your hands? Yi Fan's muttering made Nangong Ao's eyes widen in disbelief. To be honest, Senior Nangong, this fire sword is indeed in my hands. Yi Fan raised his head to look at Nangong Ao and said. Nangong Ao was shocked on the spot. The power of these 2 divine weapons was unprecedented. Not to mention cultivators, even golden immortals from the upper realm could not ask for it. However, these 2 peerless divine weapons were now in Eldritch's hands. Heaven's will, it's really heaven's will. Nangong Ao's gaze was fixed as he slowly nodded. Of the 2 godly weapons, one was cold and one was hot. One was yin and one was yang. Eldritch character was also both good and evil, arrogant and unruly. Now that these 2 godly weapons had recognized Eldritch as their master, if this was not the will of the heavens, then what was it? Nangong Ao thought in his heart. He stretched out one hand and gently waved at the ice abyss in the air. Whoosh in midair, Bing Yuan bowed his head towards Han Long, and then instantly turned into a cold silver light. With a schwa sound, he flew down from the sky and flew into Nangong Ao's sleeve. Seeing that Nangong Ao had retracted the ice abyss, Yi Fan lifted his head to look at Venerable Han who was hovering in the air. Revered Han, you should come back as well, Yi Fan said to Han Long. Now that he knew Han Long's true identity, he naturally couldn't casually call him Han Long. His tone was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it was filled with respect. Roar! Han Long let out a soft roar. Then, he turned his huge dragon body. Stepping on the air with his 4 claws, he slowly descended from the sky and swam to Yi Fan's side. He first used his dragon body to wrap around Yi Fan, then lowered his head and arrived in front of Yi Fan. As the Dragon Clan's revered Han, you actually lowered yourself to follow me. It's really wronged you. Yi Fan reached out and stroked Han Long's head as he spoke. Roar! Han Long shook his huge head. After I gather all 9 cauldrons and comprehend the secret technique, I will think of a way to remove the seals on you and Supreme Flame's body. I will let you return to the Dragon Clan and return your freedom. Yi Fan said with red eyes. Ever since he obtained the cold dragon fire, Yi Fan had never treated them as weapons. Instead, he treated them as friends who fought side by side. Now that he knew that the 2 revered dragons were sealed in the divine armament, Yi Fan naturally felt sorry for them. Even though he was very reluctant to part with them, even though he didn't want to leave them, the divine armament was not a place where the 2 revered dragons could stay for long. They were the revered dragons and had to return to the Dragon Clan. That was the only place that was their true home. Han Long fell silent after hearing Yi Fan's words. It used its pair of dragon eyes to stare at Yi Fan, its gaze filled with sorrow. Roar! After a long while, Han Long let out a high-pitched dragon roar, then turned into a dazzling silver light and flew directly into Yi Fan's primordial spirit. Han Long's gaze made Yi Fan feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He realized that he was indeed an inauspicious person. Not only were the people around him implicated, but even the spiritual beings that followed him had to suffer endless pain. In order to save him, Baihu Xiao Zhao had lost her inner core and turned into a fox. The fire Kirin guarded the ghost seal alone, with only its primordial spirit. No one knew where its physical body was. Revered Han and revered fire were sealed in the divine armament, lost their freedom, and left the Dragon Clan. At the thought of this, Yi Fan raised his head to look at the void with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Nangong Ao was filled with emotions as well. It was said that Eldritch was ruthless and heartless. However, to him, Eldritch was ruthless but not heartless. Eldritch was cold but not heartless. Han Long's leaving fire, who would not want to take it for themselves. If it were anyone else, they would want to seal the 2 spiritual beasts in the sword forever. How could they possibly let the 2 spiritual beasts leave? However, this was not the case for Eldritch. It could be seen that his relationship with the 2 divine armaments was not ordinary. He had already taken the 2 divine armaments as his confidants. It was also because of this that the Han Long's leaving fire recognized him as its master and swore to follow him to death. Don't just stand here, bring your friend to my house for a chat. Nangong Ao patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said. After that, he slowly walked to the wooden house that was covered in ice. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it on the translucent ice. Buzzed the golden light in Nangong Ao's hand shone again, dazzling. Crack! Crack! Countless cracks spread rapidly on the thick ice shell with Nangong Ao's palm as the center. Within the cracks, it was filled with golden light. When the golden light covered the entire ice shell, Nangong Ao's hand slightly exerted force. Pa! After a crisp sound, countless ice shards burst out in an instant. Cold smoke billowed, and ice shards flew everywhere. Ice shards fell from the sky like rain. Under Nangong Ao's palm, the small wooden house instantly returned to its original state. Keep the Tian Luo umbrella. I don't need it here. As Nangong Ao spoke, he opened the door of the house and walked in. Seeing that Nangong Ao had opened his mouth to invite him, Yi Fan immediately sorted out his emotions and walked out from his sadness. He removed the 7-colored spirit energy barrier around Yu Hongji's body, then withdrew the heavenly Luo umbrella that was glowing with a green radiance. After doing all this, Yi Fan and Akatsuki, who was carrying Baihu, walked slowly into the wooden house. However, when they saw the scene in the wooden house, the two of them were stunned. Yi Fan's face was full of disbelief, and Akatsuki was even more stunned and tongue-tied. What appeared in front of them was not a table, a chair, a bedroom, or a living room, but a lonely mountain cliff. The two of them were standing on the peak of the lonely mountain. Below the lonely mountain, clouds were surging like the sea, and the mountains were faintly visible. Right above the lonely mountain, white clouds were drifting leisurely. In the sky, a group of elegant red-crowned cranes flew through the clouds, chirping nonstop. Isn't this Lioha Garden? Why is there a lonely mountain cliff? In shock, Yi Fan immediately turned around and looked outside the door behind him. Akatsuki also turned around at the same time. When they saw the scene outside the wooden house, the two of them were shocked again. Outside the door, there was a forest of green bamboo, and the ice lake was still there. How is this possible? Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. These are clearly two different places. How can there be only a door between them? Could it be an illusion? At the thought of this, Yi Fan immediately mobilized the power of the heavenly demon and gathered it in his eyes. He wanted to use the heavenly demon eyes to take a good look. The heavenly demon eyes could easily see through illusions. However, after taking a closer look, Yi Fan was stunned. It's real. It's all real. The mountains, the lonely mountain, the wooden house, the bamboo forest, the ice lake, Lioha Garden, all of them are real. At this moment, Akatsuki also widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe everything in front of her. Akatsuki was also an expert in illusions. After taking a look, she also confirmed that everything in front of her was real and not an illusion. This is... Yi Fan turned around and looked at Nangong Ao, who was standing in front of the cliff with his hands behind his back. This is Feiha Peak. Nangong Ao looked up at the group of white cranes flying through the clouds and said with a smile, Feiha Peak. Yi Fan frowned and asked, Isn't this Lioha Garden? This place is at least a few thousand miles away from Lioha Garden. How can it be Lioha Garden? Nangong Ao turned around and asked Yi Fan with a smile. A few thousand miles? Yi Fan was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. Akatsuki's pupils constricted. She could not believe it at all. However, she had no choice but to believe everything in front of her. This place is between the sky and the ground, so it's convenient for us to talk, Nangong Ao said to Yi Fan with a smile. Also, this mountain is hidden by my secret technique. Even a Heaven's Eye expert can't see this place. Senior Nangong's cultivation is indeed worthy of its reputation. You can actually travel freely between different spaces. Yi Fan clasped his hands and bowed to Nangong Ao and said in surprise. It was no wonder that Gue Linglong specifically reminded him not to provoke Nangong Ao. Otherwise, he would not be able to find him. At first, he did not believe it, but now that he saw Nangong Ao's shocking secret technique with his own eyes, he could not help but feel that there was always someone better than him. This person had a secret technique that could travel freely between spaces. No matter how fast he was, he would not be able to catch up with him. In other words, if this person wanted to avoid him, he could appear anywhere in the blink of an eye. I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. Eldritch. Nangong Ao clasped his hands and bowed to Yi Fan and said with a smile, Senior, why did you bring us here? Yi Fan asked Nangong Ao. I should be the one asking you that. Nangong Ao looked at Yi Fan and said, Since you've already reincarnated, you must have the mystery of separation, so you can't remember your past life. If that's the case, how did you know my name? Why did you come to Lioha Garden to find me? It can't be that you're here to listen to my opera, right? Nangong Ao's words hit the nail on the head, and hit the nail on the head. I'm sure you've heard that I'm here for the 9 cauldrons. Yi Fan answered Nangong Ao. As for who told you your name, I'm sorry I can't tell you that. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Nangong Ao suddenly looked up and laughed. Other than that old ghost from the world of spirits and souls, who else knows my name? Yi Fan was stunned when he heard that. Obviously, the old ghost that Nangong Ao was talking about was Gui Linglong. Other than telling you about the divine cauldrons, what else did he say? Did he say that I'm a strange person and that you shouldn't provoke me? Nangong Ao asked Yi Fan with a smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.